Okay, I call this meeting to order at 7:11 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Courts.
Lazo.
Present.
Berchetta.
Present.
Lessman. Reed.
Present.
Corelli. Stephen Levine. Christopher Levine. Lim. Morset.
Present.
Kringle.
Present.
DeCara.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Butler.
Present.
Connolly.
Present.
Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid. Kaufman.
Present.
Larson. Gaudio.
Here.
Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Shannon. Robbie.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Atohaj.
Present.
Chauhan.
Present.
Naguib. Wanjan. Johnson.
Present.
Patel.
Present.
Weiderberg. Green.
Present.
Hendry. Borges. Alcuda.
Present.
Benesh. Condoloro.
Present.
Colazo.
Present.
Serta.
Present.
Jimenez Valero.
Present.
Hashimi.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Renda.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
Varela. Shen.
Present.
Varela.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
Okay, 36 out of 49 forms verified.
All right, approval of the minutes. Everyone go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? All right, seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Everyone go ahead, take a look at today's agenda. And is there a motion to approve today's agenda? Any objections? All right, seeing none, today's agenda is approved. Open forum. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in open forum? All right, seeing none. Announcements from the student body president, President Lister.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Hope you had a great week so far. This week, our safety and transportation coordinator, Sophia Lisman, hosted Coffee for the Cop on the Rosen campus on Monday, and then also one in the student union yesterday. So great to see that. Today, also some members of cabinet participated in a cleanup of Libra Drive, and we'll probably be doing another one this semester and continue that in the spring. Tomorrow, cabinet will be touring the athletics facilities, and also I wanted to mention that the NPHC monument that's outside of Garage A, or I, is getting unveiled tomorrow. So myself and a few others of cabinet will be there. Tomorrow, the Student Government Finance Office will meet for the first time. Kylie, as Comptroller, is the chair of that. And as well, the Activity and Service Fee Budget Committee will also meet for the first time to elect our chair and vice chair. And I also know that there will be one more ANSF senator that will be elected tonight. In good news, the minimum wage in Florida will be increased on October 1st. So if you have a paid position starting for the pay period of September 27th, you will be receiving a raise. So love that. Also do a change in major. I'm appointing Senator Elise Butler to serve in the College of Business, seat 8 instead of, and which will leave her old seat in the College of Engineering and Computer Science empty. Thank you, and I hope everyone has a great weekend. And I will also be giving the Vice President Comptroller's report as well. So just.
Okay. Are there any questions for the student body president? All right, seeing none, announcements from the student body vice president given by President Lister.
I'm just reading off the agenda. So good evening, all. I hope your semester is going well. The Walmart shuttle graphic and poll will be posted tomorrow. Please share this with all your fellow students, and this will be the last incentive needed for this initiative to be put into effect. This weekend, Cabinet will be tabling for, or at the Night for a Day event, as well as presenting to UCF Schools Council. Next week, we have several events, including the Work Where You Learn Fair, the Wellness and Health Promotion Services, food demonstration, and a tabling event with CAPS with student success and well-being. Additionally, our Food for Fines initiative planning meeting with parking and transportation is on the 24th, and on the 25th, I am walking through the new Knights Pantry space with the director of the student union, Rick Falco, to talk through the setup.
Are there any questions regarding the vice president's report? Morset.
Can you elaborate what the Nights for a Day event is?
I believe that is a day where high school students from across the Orlando area come to UCF and kind of they get maybe a tour of the campus. They can see some of the resources that UCF provides to students. It's more of like a recruiting thing, but also we're just going to be there to there might be students that are also in the student governments in high school, so they can talk to us if they're interested. And eventually when they come to UCF, hopefully that they'll join student government.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Comptroller's report given by President Lister.
As I mentioned in my own report, Finance Office will be meeting tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. And then for the current balances, FAO, current balance is $232,004.81, reversion of 0%. And then for CRT, $364,304.30 with a reversion of 0.40%.
All right, any questions regarding the Comptroller's report? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Attorney General's report, AG Polero.
Hey, Senate. This week I made changes to Senate Rule 4, 5, 6, and 7, dealing with Senate Graduate Assistant. Thank you to Brody and the LGR committee for helping with these changes. If you find any further changes that need to be made, please let me know.
Any questions for AG Polero? All right, seeing none, thank you. I think you're good, Banesh.
Present in voting.
Senator Banesh present in voting, so noted at 7:18 p.m. All right. Cabinet Forum, Chief of Staff Lucy Blanco, given by Director of Student Affairs Benitez.
Ooh, this mic is new. Hello. This is Chief of Staff Blanco's report. Said, hi, everyone. Been working very hard on the Work Where You Learn fair that is this upcoming Monday. So please, if there's anyone you think would be benefit from this event, I'd love if you could all help spread the word. They posted the graphic on the Instagram, so you go ahead and repost that as well. I will be processing Senate applications next week and going through another round of interviews to fill any vacancies. Overall, still working to support all coordinators and helping with events and initiatives. And then she's super excited for SGOC to start and see some new faces, and then have a great weekend.
Any questions regarding the Chief of Staff report? All right, seeing none, Deputy Chief of Staff Christina Cabrera, given by Director of Student Affairs Benitez.
This is Christina's report. She said, hi, everyone. Happy Thursday. The executive branch had a great opportunity to tour UCF downtown this past Friday. We had a great time learning ways to support that campus. SGOC starts on Monday, September 23rd, so this upcoming Monday. She's super excited. And remember that everyone is a role model to them, and they look up to you. So, yeah.
Any questions regarding the Deputy Chief of Staff report? All right, seeing none, Director of Student Affairs report, Director Benitez.
Good evening, Senate. I hope everyone's headshots come out amazing. Just want to say that. I just want to thank everyone who attended the 9/11 Remembrance Ceremony last Wednesday with the Military and Veterans Student Success Center, and also shout out to Chair Collazo for hosting a wonderful 9/11 visual. Everything was beautiful. Now for me, I've been meeting weekly with CAB ever since my last report. CAB and late nights on planning and just Winter Wonderland stuff. And as promised, I'm happy to announce all the attractions that we'll be having there. So if you can see, it's a big list on there. The first one is an avalanche like inflatable slide with also a snowboard simulator. A mechanical reindeer, the famous bubble bus will be returning. The movie will be the Polar Express, so I'm hoping everyone goes and sees the Polar Express. We're gonna have a snow slide, so you'll be like in a tube going down some fake snow because we do live in Florida. And then we're gonna have spinning teacups. Yeah. And as usual, if you need anything from myself, feel free to reach out.
Any questions, Morset?
Do you have a date for Winter Wonderland?
It's November 21st from 7 to 10 p.m. Me and Speaker Pullman are working something out for y'all. Don't worry.
It's a Thursday, but that's okay. Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you. All right, announcements from the Chief Justice given by External Assistant Chief Justice Calfee.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to read off my announcements from Daniel. So he also says, "Hi, Senate. I hope everyone's doing well. And we're working on overhauling our website page to have updated committee times and also updated information." And that's all from us.
Any questions regarding the Chief Justice report? All right, seeing none, thank you. Waterberg.
Present and voting.
Senator Waterberg, present and voting, so noted at 7:21 p.m. All right, announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, none. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Caucus reports, APIA Caucus, Chair Lim. Is Zara, yeah, go.
Hi everyone, Chair Lim is not here right now, so I will be giving her report. Hi Senate, yesterday I attended the APAC presidential meeting where I got to hear other APIA RSO's history with catering and ideas on how they want to see catering improve. This week, me and Chair Alcuda booked the student atrium for our tea event. Our tea event is called Tea Time with the APIA and Arab Caucus, and it will be from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. in the Student Union atrium, so mark your calendars. Thanks everyone.
Any questions for Vice Chair Hashmi? Banesh.
Oh, sorry. When is the tea event?
That is still up in the air, but can I direct this question to
You may.
Alcuda?
It'll be October 16th from 12 to 4 in the student atrium.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. I get lost sometimes. Black Caucus Chair Metellus.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. This week, Black Caucus met and discussed initiatives like our NPHC X SG voter info event and the initiative to get Juneteenth recognized as a UCF holiday. Senator Johnson has contacted different administrators and faculty councils about this initiative and has received support from Sissy Gloth, the president of the UCF Staff Advisory Council. Senator Johnson is also meeting with Dr. Guzman to discuss this initiative. Black Caucus also voted in our first ex officio member, Christian Roll of Progressive Black Men Incorporated. The caucus and I are ecstatic to have him on our team. As President Lister stated, the NPHC plot unveiling is tomorrow at 10 a.m. in front of Garage I. Please attend if you can. That's all from me. Thanks.
Any questions for Chair Metellus? All right, seeing none. Disability Caucus Chair Urchetta.
Good evening, everyone. During our meeting on Monday, we discussed upcoming tabling dates and some preparation necessary to complete beforehand. Additionally, we met with a student who spoke last week during open forum and further discussed the ways they were facing discrimination. As a result, we began to workshop potential steps to take moving forward. Ultimately, we agreed to look into either increasing or enhancing the visibility of Title IX across campus. This policy is upheld through the Office of Institutional Equity here at UCF. I reached out to the Title IX coordinator and I'm awaiting a response. Hopefully in the coming weeks, I can connect with her and discuss ways to spread further awareness of Title IX to continue to ensure that students are aware of the resources available to them in the event they are facing discrimination due to a disability or otherwise.
Any questions for Chair Urchetta? All right, seeing none. Latin Hispanic Caucus Chair Jimenez Valero.
Good night, everyone. We didn't meet last week, and I don't really have any announcements. The only thing is our food truck event is starting tomorrow. Please spread the word or come out if you can. It's from 11 to 3. Yeah, that's it from me.
Any questions for Chair Jimenez Valero? Green.
And which country will this food truck be representing?
Tomorrow's Colombia, but also a little Venezuela, I guess, but Colombia mainly, yeah.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. LGBTQ plus Caucus Chair Banesh, none. Military and Veterans Caucus Chair Collazo.
Hi, everyone. So the caucus didn't meet this week, but we'll be meeting next week. Also, I did want to clarify that A Night for the Day is the official open house for undergrad admissions. Just wanted to point that out there. I know President Lister mentioned it, but I worked in undergrad as a tour ambassador, so it's just an open house essentially. They do one every semester. Additionally, some of you have wondered what my twin looks like. He's in the back. And that's all for me.
Any questions for Chair Collazo? All right, seeing none. Women's Caucus, Chair Lazo.
Okay, speeding through this because I am next to go take my picture. But knowing today, because we're bi-weekly now, but we are caucusing tonight in SBA for a proclamation that I'm doing, 2 proclamations actually. So we're going to be seeing those soon. Just got approved for all events. So I'll be sending out information as well as volunteer forms. Please volunteer. And then lastly, for the film festival, if you know any film or like theater majors that have their like shows recorded, go ahead and send me their contact info or put them in touch with me so that we can work with them. I would love to show as many like student films as possible at this event. That's it from me.
Any questions for Chair Lazo? All right, seeing none. Arab Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Al-Quda.
Hello, Senate. We did not meet last week. However, this week I've reached out to all Arab affiliated RSOs and created a group meet for them to join. I'm just waiting on a few more to join so I can have a collective communication forum to contact all RSOs at once. I've also contacted the Arab American Community Center of Florida, located in Orlando. I'm currently drafting legislation which will coincide with many ideas for future events we plan to pursue. Tea time with the APIA caucus is also approaching and will be October 16th at 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. in the Student Union Atrium. Very excited for all to come. As always, please don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything.
Any questions for Chair Al-Quda? All right, seeing none. Also for pictures, we're changing it to 2 at a time. Just faster that way. All right, Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Takara.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Yeah, we had a meeting today. This is bi-weekly. We sent a few emails this last meeting. So we have a meeting with faculty administration on October 3rd. Areas that'll be there includes business services, landscape, use of recycling, arboretum, sustainability initiatives, and many more. About 15 people will be at that meeting. So we'll be discussing. Coordinator Camarado will also be there. I will be sending out the fair trade emails tomorrow to the respective individuals, and also I'll be working with Vice Chair Libner on the QR codes.
Any questions for Chair Takara? All right, seeing none. Intercampus and Transfer Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Varela.
Hey, Senate. On Monday, we gave a presentation to transfer nights about SG and the caucuses. And we were also able to have a good conversation about issues around campus and effectively promote the SBA Concern Forum. Our next meeting will be next Friday.
Any questions for Chair Varela? All right, seeing none. Announcements from the Senate President. Okay, hi everyone. I've had a long day, so bear with me if I can't collect my thoughts. But today, Pro Temp Morset and I met with FSU. We had a great meeting, talked about differences, similarities, things like that, as well as just how we conduct ourselves and our roles. Overall, great, productive meeting. Was able to ask questions and learn from each other. If anyone has specifics, I'd be happy to answer them. But yeah, great meeting today. And I sent out a Teams message about this, but make sure when you're emailing, I know before I had said to copy me on everything, and you guys have been doing great with that. For the future, I would like to know before I'm changing my mind, so that's my bad. But I would like some sort of draft of the email, or you can come speak about your initiative with me as well. Yeah, so just please remember to be talking to me prior from here on out. Today we have an open ANSF seat, so we'll be having that election, and the first meeting is tomorrow at 3 virtually for those wanting to run. It's 3, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, tomorrow at 3 virtually. For those interested, that is also just the first meeting where we'll be electing the chair and vice chair, and then I'm assuming the chair will set the time. That will be different after that. So yeah, for resignations, we have Christian Barrios and Stephen Levine. And are there any questions for myself, Metellus?
Are you planning on meeting with any other schools or schools in our conference? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, so I think we're working on schools in our conference, but we started out with Florida universities, and that was the one that got in touch with us the quickest. Another one responded to me but I forget which school it is, to be honest. I emailed a bunch. But yeah, they're more in the works. Varela.
Are you also looking into meeting with like student governments of community colleges like Valencia?
I will keep that on my radar. Green.
Sorry. Are you also meeting with private universities like University of Miami or Bethune-Cookman?
So that is not so much on my radar, only because I think private schools and public schools operate differently with ANSF funds, things like that. I was looking more generally at Florida universities and again, like Big 12 schools, but mostly Florida universities. But yeah, any other questions for myself? All right, seeing none. Internal legislative assistant reports, Aile Alcuda.
Hello again, Senate. The first SGLC meeting is this Monday, September 23rd at 5 p.m. It will be in the Charge-On Chamber. Please mark your calendars for SGLC Legislative Day, which will be October 21st. All Senate leadership in particular is expected to be there, so please let me know if you'll be unable to attend. Additionally, I just wanted to clarify that mentorship opportunities will only be available for Senate leadership. I do apologize for any confusion caused by the interest form sent in the general Teams chat. However, due to the size of our branch, only those within Senate Exec will be mentors. Thank you in advance for your understanding. As always, please don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything.
All right. Any questions for Aile Alcuda? Green.
Yes. For the sake of Senate leadership, is that also including caucus leadership?
So there will be more opportunities for caucus leadership in particular to mentor potentially for SLC in the spring. But because we are trying to rebrand the caucuses to be not just a legislative entity, we're not going to be offering caucus leadership mentor opportunities for this fall.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Banesh.
Are we allowed to attend SGLC meetings?
There's nothing stopping anybody from coming in.
Jimenez Floro.
So does caucus leadership have to be here for the 21st or no?
No, because we're going to have our own day for caucus leadership. They're going to have their own day.
Oh,
yeah.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, external legislative assistant report, ELA Richmond.
Sorry, I think I'm getting sick if you hear my voice do a weird thing. But just a reminder to contact me when a reporter reaches out. It's crucial that y'all let me do my job, so y'all have to tell me. Also a reminder that you should be filling out this form when a reporter reaches out. It's just so maybe you forget to text me, but this way I'll for sure know because it'll send me an email. And then I should also be CC'd on all news inquiries, just so, once again, just for caution, so I know everything that's going on.
Any questions for ELA Richmond? All right, seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore report, Pro Temp Morset.
Hello, everyone. As Speaker Coleman said, we did meet with FSU today. A lot of interesting things about their funding process, which I was the most interested in. I'll probably be sending them a follow-up email just to get more in depth about that, because I'm interested about like how other universities function differently with the ANSF process. Fiscal training, if you haven't done that yet, if you basically didn't do it after July 1st, make sure you do that. I'll be pulling the report tomorrow from FONG, so I'll be able to know who's done it and who hasn't done it. You'll receive an email from me either tomorrow or next week. Also, the Senator Month nomination form is linked. Fill that out by October. This form will be for the Senator of the Month for September. So just make sure you fill that out before October.
Any questions for Pro Temp Morset? All right, seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, D. Butler. None. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, D. Sir Lazo.
Please make sure that you're sending out those resources that I sent you guys to your assigned RSOs and CCing Chair Vasquez and myself on those emails, just so we're aware that you're all doing that. New senators, those of you that filled out the form, you're going to be getting an email from me with your list of RSOs either today or tomorrow, depending on how busy I am. That's going to include that contact information, and I would like you to CC me when you do reach out to those. I'm also going to include an email template to include in that. For those of you that didn't fill out that form, I'm still going to be having a little bit of trouble to reallocate you, and you'll be looking out for those assignments next week. If you have no clue what any of this means, you don't know what an RSO allocation is, just don't be afraid to reach out to me. New IM sport opened up for mid-fall. Thank you, Varela, for telling me that. We have dodgeball and volleyball. Personally, I would like dodgeball way more, and I would actually like you guys to be a little bit more active in your opinions on that. And then lastly, potluck and Halloween activities coming up. Please DM me if you have any allergies or food sensitivities, like if you're allergic to nuts or you're gluten sensitive. I want everybody to have a treat in the office so that they can have. So go ahead and DM me when they have that, and that's it from me.
Any questions for Deezer Lazo? All right, seeing none. Old business, fiscal committee caucus time, CRT 20 minutes. I recess this meeting at 7:37 p.m. We will reconvene at 7:57 p.m. All right, CRT is gonna sit in here to caucus, so if you're not in CRT, you can either, I guess, leave or sit quietly.
All right, cool. I call this meeting to order at 7:39 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum by Chair Shen. Present.
Sorry, y'all.
Okay, Senator Gumarov.
Present.
Perfect. Senator Weierberg.
Present.
Perfect. Senator Kaufman.
Present.
Perfect. Senator Lipner.
Present.
Perfect. Senator Ravi.
I think he accidentally went outside.
Oh, there he is. He's walking in.
Senator Ravi.
Present.
Perfect. Senator Johnson.
Present.
Perfect. ORS rep.
Present.
Perfect. Pro temp rep.
Present.
Perfect. That is a quorum of.
I hope everyone.
Yeah, that is everyone.
Pretty crazy. All right, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes?
So
Take a look at today's agenda. Is there a motion to approve today's agenda? And that's from the chair. Really quick. A lot of these are just, I think we only get to see one of these in person. So, but the rest of them are just kind of clean up from last meeting. And yeah, that's from the vice chair. Sick. All right, cool. Announcements from committee members. Announcements. Cool. Oh, Johnson.
You all look great.
Oh. And announcements from non-committee members. Any announcements from non-committee members? Seeing none. All right. Cool. So we're gonna start with old business allocations. I'll take a motion. There's been a motion for a 555. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're not there. First up, we have We in Animation. So this one, the RSO is going down from 4 members. So far, it's from 20 to 4. So they're only funding certain students that need the money, and the rest of them are going to go through individual allocations, which we'll see in new business.
And that's really it for that. We saw them a little while ago. Their evidence is still there, but all the numbers are basically the same. Are there any questions? Well, huh?
I went into the one that's in the minutes files instead of the one that I see.
Should they be the same? Crazy. That's crazy. Oh, so you're probably going to work out of the one that you sent in the chat because that's the one I've been working out of. All good. All good. All right. So any questions for 56, 159?
All the numbers in the tracker are updated with one number.
Yeah, the ones in the trackers, the whole numbers in the tracker are the ones currently up to date for all these allocations.
Are these 4 people guaranteed to go?
Yes.
Did they sign? Okay.
Yeah, and there's backups too. Any other questions? Rose.
Sorry, just to jog my memory, was this the RSO that like we said maybe they could get more money if they did individual?
Exactly.
Oh, and they're now just going down to 4. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, now they finally gave me the final numbers and the head count for their individual allocations. So we're not going to see we're going to see their RSO and the individual ones today. They're just requesting registration for individuals. Yeah.
So are the 4 that are going with this allocation their leadership? Or how are they chosen for this specifically?
Let me double check the email real quick. This is why I gave us 20 minutes. Just in case. What's up?
So why did they decide to do 4 for this allocation together rather than do the all 4 separate as well as with everyone else?
Because you can still get more money with 4 through the RSO allocation. So you can do both. You can do 4 individuals on the RSO allocation, and then everyone else gets individual. But if you do everyone on the RSO, then you get less money overall between each person. So like all 4 are getting like what, $350 instead of $250. So okay, yeah. So this is a list of officers taking part of the group allocation. So the 4 going through the RSO allocation are officers. Any other questions? Yeah. There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now in debate. Any debate? Sean?
Approve this. Got everything done correctly. Information is correct. Everything is possible.
Cool. Any other debate? If not, I can take a motion. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now voting procedures. All those for? All those against? And all those abstaining? The vote count of 9-0 to 1. This allocation has been approved. Next up, we have 56-172. Is there a motion to see 56-172 and 174 as a block? Cool. So these are the 2 that were that came in last time. Or sorry, they didn't come in actually. They were just represented by me, but we couldn't get a clear number on their. We couldn't get a clear answer on how much they wanted funding for, so we postponed them. But they gave me an answer now. So basically, they're going to go for flights, not for registration, and they're each going to buy their own room for hotels. No more divided lodging. They're going to be spending the 700. I think 750 to 700. They're paying the rest out of pocket. And yeah, so that's those 2. Yeah. Questions?
Did they have any kind of documentation as to why these prices for traveler lodging? Because in the actual files, it just says that they were approved to present there.
I looked up personally these amounts, and they range anywhere from 200 to 450. And they originally requested, I think, 350 each for flights in the original Night Connect. So I just kept them at that 350. And then for lodging, it's just the lodging in Chicago. Yeah.
I get that the numbers are correct. It just feels slightly awkward just, approving something where there's no documentation. I don't know if,
Yeah, if that's
it
the
just
case,
feels weird to me.
You live here?
I believe 174 has documentation as far as numbers for flights go, but 172 does not. So it might be like a folder issue. Can you check your files?
I'm not.
Oh, it's just whatever they get. Yeah. Cool. Understood.
Do you want me to? Here, I can go into the Night Connect and quickly. Gotcha. Any further questions for these 2? I'm pretty sure there were some in the Night Connect from the original document, but you just copy and paste these from the last meeting minute, right? Word.
What was the number?
172 and 174.
Yeah, it does have lodging and travel.
Okay.
It would be the same exact thing for both of them.
Yeah, they're staying in. They're still gonna do the same flight options and the same hotel options. Just separate.
Okay, yeah, they will send it stuff.
The numbers match up on their
Yeah, so
quotes.
for each- for the flights for both of them.
Perfect. Then lodging for. With that, are there any other questions? There's been a motion to debate. Is there any objections? Seeing now we're now debate. Any debate? Gaurav.
Looks good. Now that we got the numbers set up, I think that we can go ahead and get them their money.
Cool. Any other debate? Now I can take a motion. So a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now invoking procedures. All those for, all's against, and all's abstaining. Vote count of 8-0-2. This allocation has been approved. At least 2. Next up, we have Fiscal Bill 3616. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Motion for 555. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it's a 555. Is the Student Physical Therapy Association here? Perfect. If you want to just come on up to like a microphone behind here or at the table somewhere, feel free. And whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes. Just kind of tell us about where you guys are going, what you're doing, how many students, costs, like I said. Yeah, it's good. All there.
I heard that. That was good. Okay, so my name is Emily. I'm part of the Student Physical Therapy Association. Do you guys have this presentation in front of you or no? I sent it this morning to Brody. There we go. Okay, cool. So just some of the things we're going to talk about today is a little bit about us and then how we're involved and the CSM breakdown and cost breakdown. So the Student Physical Therapy Association, we are graduate students who are seeking our clinical doctorate of physical therapy. Our goal is to maintain a relationship with the APTA and local healthcare facilities, and then facilitate growth and wellness of physical therapy students, and then provide volunteering services throughout the community. We pay dues every semester, and then some of the things that we're involved in, a few big ones are Go Baby Go, the student assisted workout program at the RWC, and then we've recently in the past year gotten kind of like teamed up with ROTC and marching band to provide injury screenings for them. So we're requesting funding for the attendance of the APTA Combined Sections meeting, which will be in Houston this year. It is February 12th through 16th, and 32 of us are going to be going. We're all going to be third years, by the way, too. Some of the benefits of CSM, which is the Combined Sections meeting, is it's 3 days of educational evidence-based sessions across multiple disciplines of physical therapy. There's also going to be research presentations to provide opportunity for students to speak about their research that they've been doing over the past 3 years. We do get to present research on the national level and represent UCF. And then we often win awards from the different sections of the APTA. So some of the benefits, it's the largest conference with over 18,000 attendees. The SPTA has attended this conference multiple years in a row now. This is going to be our 6th year. And then, like I said, we do our own fundraising, and then we also pay dues each semester. So just the cost breakdown, 32 students going. Registration is $290 each. The hotel room, we're going to need 9 hotel rooms with 4 students per room. The cheapest was the Holiday Inn downtown, which is going to be walking distance and have free breakfast, and that's $278 per night. And then for flights, the total is $348 That's 31 flights because we actually get one for like $20. We only have to pay taxes since there's so many of us, which is great. Then I have the supporting documents on the next couple slides for the stuff that I just said. That's going to be the Southwest flight, the hotel verification, which we're going to have to pay a down payment of about $100 at the end of the month to secure that price. And then the conference registration fees, we are student members, so it's that $290. And then early bird is only until November 6th. Yes, so that's everything. Do you guys have any questions for me?
All right, on to questioning, Slipner.
Yeah, the down payment you mentioned was for the flights.
So I think the one that I mentioned is the hotel.
Okay.
That's $100 just to secure that price. And then there is also a $50 per person for the flights.
Gotcha. And do you know if the flight one is a down payment or a deposit?
That is, I think they might call it a down payment, but it's $50 and then it goes towards the total.
Okay, gotcha.
Mhm.
Remember last week when we were arguing about deposit / down payment? What did we decide again?
So basically, if we were figuring this out, I think it was Southwest that they were using last time that had this same thing. So basically, if it's a down payment, it goes towards the total. It goes towards the entire bill at the end of the day when they pay off the entire balance. Then we cannot fund it if it's already been paid. If they need to pay it before, basically meeting with the business office, aka like 2-3 months from now, officially timeline wise, or if it's just a down payment and that money gets refunded back to them as a deposit, and sorry, it's not a down payment, it's a deposit, it gets refunded back after they pay the full amount that we have on the bill, that's fine. We can still put the full amount for flights. But yeah.
And I think you only can't fund it if it's been paid already by now, right? So as long as they wait until the bill's been approved to pay it, you're fine.
So then to the RSO, did you guys make any of those payments?
Not yet. I've been trying to hold off as long as I can.
Yeah, so you said this is a yearly trip, and you've been going for 6 years now. For each year, have you gone to student government and received funding?
Yes.
Any financially trained people going on this trip?
I'm sorry, what?
Are there any financially trained people going on this trip?
Yes. 3.
Do you have any international students going?
No.
Do you understand the post-funding process?
Yes.
Do you know the percentages of the required amount you're supposed to spend of our half and your half?
Meaning like afterwards?
Yeah, basically after this bill's passed, you have your half of the bill, we have our half.
Yes.
Do you know how much of our half you're supposed to spend and how much of your half you're supposed to spend?
All of it?
Technically, you have to spend at least 80% of our Senate contribution half, and you have to spend at least 95% of your RSO half.
Okay.
But all of it's also a good answer. That works too.
Yeah, is the hotel that was chosen, is that where the conference is being held, or do you just choose it for other reasons?
No, that's where the conference, that's in Houston. That's the cheapest one that I could find that is also semi within walking distance. And then it also provided breakfast too.
Rose?
Were you in this RSO like last year? Did you handle this trip last year also?
No, I was in the RSO, but I didn't handle this trip. Only the third years go on it. So.
Okay, so are you familiar with like the verification of purchases form that you have to submit after the bill is done, like after you get back?
Yeah. Mm-hmm,
okay. Yeah, just make sure to keep good documentation of all the things you buy.
Yeah, I've been in communication with the VP that has gone on it for the past 2 years, and she like wrote really good notes on like everything. Keep all your receipts and everything.
So how are these 32 members chosen?
It's only the third years, so I sent out the estimates of the pricing, and then they were able, it's like strongly recommended to go. There's 33 of us and 32 are going. Yeah.
And then how will y'all be covering your half of the payments?
We have our own fundraising, and then we also pay dues each semester.
And do you have any backups in case? Because I know you said you have 33 members. So what would you do if, for instance, one of the 32 members were to drop out?
They still have to pay. I made them sign a document saying they still have to pay.
Brody, can I go back to the registration screen? I see for the registration you put it was 300 per person, but the total was 9280 and not 9400 on your like screen way back one. Yeah, that one. Oh, I see. Okay, perfect.
Wait, where? At the top it says 290, and then the student member price is 290. Okay.
Any other questions for the RSO? If not, I can do a motion. Is there a motion to debate? Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now in debate. Any debate? Lisa, did you have something? Okay. There's been a motion to see the amendments on the bill. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll just represent them real quick. Basically, all the amendments on the bill are just corrections to the amounts. We corrected the 290 registration, the total therefore be enacted, and just kind of like little tiny like timeline things here and there. Any questions about these? There's a motion to debate. Any debate?
Yeah, this seems like an awesome opportunity. Members of the RSO are presenting their research, which is awesome to see, and everything seems to be in order. So I'm voting in favor.
There's still an amendment for the amendments for the bill.
So sorry. The amendments make sense. They match the number that we need, and the RSO needs this money, so we're going to be voting in favor. Yeah.
Okay, is there a motion to vote? All those for? All those against? All those abstaining? All right, 90-0 to 1. These amendments have been approved. Cool. Now we're back on debate the bill. Any debate on the bill?
Ditto to what I just said.
Cool. Shan.
It looks good. Very interesting research. I appreciate the organization. They had everything for us. We didn't even have to ask too many questions. And good luck on your trip, guys.
Thanks. Is there a motion to vote? Are there any objections? Seeing no, we're now inviting procedures. All those for? All those against? And all those abstaining. The vote count of 90-0 to 1. This bill has been approved in CRT. So after this, you'll be seen in Senate and probably next week as well.
Cool. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you. Alrighty, on to new business. These are also going to be very quick. It's just like 3 separate. Yes, we do. I know, right? So is there a motion for speech questioning debate? Motion for 555. Are there any objections? Seeing none, there's a 555. First up, allocation 56-180 for David. Let's see. Let me jog my memory. Yeah. So for 180 and 181, is there a motion to see them as a block? So they are going to the Space Vision Conference. We saw that one individual last week who presented the girl. It was just $126.49 for registration. So we've seen these registrations all the time in the past. But they were represented last week. They're financially trained. They understand the post-voting process. They're not graduate students. They're not international students. And they're only requesting $126.49 for the registration. Any questions? Lifter.
We're seeing 5680.
Just 180 and 181.
Okay.
Any questions?
Motion to debate.
The motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now debate. Any debate?
Looks good.
All right, cool. Either I'm not gonna take a motion. The motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. All those for? All those against? All those abstaining? The vote count 7-0 to 3. This allocation has been approved. These block. Next up, we have 56-182. We have Katarina, there was also the person that came in last week to represent Katarina, but just didn't have the bill. I think it was like a day out of timeline from when I sent out the email, so they weren't put in the tracker. But same situation, they're requesting lodging and travel. They're approved at $700. They are a graduate student, but they are not an international student. We approved the same person or their partner, or I guess the other person they're in the lab with last week. Any questions?
question.
Yeah.
This one, just refresh my memory. We did not approve their other person for lodging, right? Because I remember there was. I can't remember right now.
Or that might have been the other. There was two that were very similar.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this one was fine. This one, the one we just disapproved for lodging was the one we approved in old business, the two.
Okay. Just confirm.
So then to confirm, they are staying in separate rooms, right? So they can use that 700 towards if they needed to.
She did submit documents, correct?
Yeah, she, it's to say we're using the same documents that the last person.
Okay, she just directly emailed it to you?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's
All
why I was
these numbers
confused
are-
why there
yeah.
wasn't anything on that Connect.
Any other questions? There's a motion to debate. Are there any objections? See, now we're not debate. Any debate? Faster we debate, the faster we leave. Yes.
Looks good. Move to vote.
There's a motion to devote. Are there any objections? See, now we're now voting procedures. All those for, all those against, all those abstaining. Vote count 8-0 to 2. This allocation has been approved. And last up, is there a motion to see allocation 56, 183 through 194 as a block? So these are all seeing we in animation. So these are the individual allocations, only requesting registration at 199.45. They're all financially trained. They all understand the post-voting process. They're all getting assistance from the RSO, fiscally trained leaders to do these allocations, and they're all just doing registration. Any questions? Awesome.
Okay, this might be a dumb one, but I thought that it was moved to 4, and I'm really bad at math, but this looks like more than 4. Is it only 4 for that allocation that we saw previously, and the rest of them are doing their individual allocations?
Yeah, exactly. So
Perfect.
the 4 are just different 4, and then these other 12 or whatever are doing 11. Any other questions? Okay, Ralph.
Is this an early bird registration or is there a
Nope.
late fee? or
This
anything?
is there's no late fee, there's no due date. It's even day of, it's still 199.45. So the motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Any debate? Ooh, Shen.
Yeah, I'll be voting to approve this. We don't see a lot of RSOs, I just wanted to note that. I want them to go on their trip, and I'm glad we were able to get as much money for them as possible.
Cool. Any other debate? If not, can I get a motion? Motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, now there. All those for? All those against? All those abstaining? Vote count 90 to 1. This allocation has been approved. All right, miscellaneous minutes, none matter of discussion. Any members wishing to discuss? Cool. Is there a motion to adjourn pending final roll call? Cool. Roll call. Same as initial. I hereby adjourn this meeting at 8:03 p.m.
Okay, really quick. Who has not had their headshot? Raise your hand. Okay. Okay. The easiest way, because of the caucus time, it was all messed up, so which is fine. I'm gonna go left to right then, so raise your hand again. Okay. So it's gonna be by 2. So we'll do Kaufman and Lipner whenever you guys are ready. And then we'll do Connolly and Gumrov. Keep your hands raised. And then Quartz and Banesh. Oh, you have to stay for FAO because Larson's not here. Okay, sounds good. So then I'll change because it's gonna go by 2. So then I'll change my duos. We'll do, and Elise hasn't gone? Okay, so then we'll do Lipner and Butler. Connolly and Gumarov. You haven't gone? Okay, so all right. Stick with me. Okay. Keep your hands raised. What? Okay. What we'll do, okay, so we're gonna do, because you have to do FAO readings. So we'll do Butler and Lipner, Connolly and Gumarov, and then we'll do Shen and Kaufman. Are we keeping, so 1, 2, Shen, Kaufman, and then we'll do Quartz and Benesh, and that's everyone, right? Do you guys know your order? Who's number 1? Who's number 2? Number 3? I don't know if he knows. All right, and then number 4. Okay, and then we'll be done. Okay. All right, everyone, let's focus it back in. All right. I reconvene this meeting at 8:07 p.m. Fiscal Committee report, CRT Chair Caringle.
Hey guys, so this week in committee, we and in caucus, we approved 56, 140, 159, 164, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, Fiscal Bill 5622 and Fiscal Bill 5616. We postponed 56, 152, and 165. PBI 56, 126, 130, and 163. And we still have one pending approval on receiving their acceptance of the roll 56, 171.
Any questions for Chair Caringle? All right, seeing none, FAO Committee Chair Larson, given by Vice Chair Kaufman.
We had a great meeting last Friday. We approved allocations 56, 42, 47, 50, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, and 61. We approved fiscal bills 56, 17, 18, 21, and 23. We postponed allocations 56, 43, 45, and 64. We postponed indefinitely 56, 46, 51, and 52.
Any questions for Vice Chair Kaufman? All right, seeing none, ORS Committee Chair Rose.
Today in committee, we approved 3 VPF submissions, and we saw internal bills 5608 and 5609 on first reading and approved them both.
All right, any questions for Chair Rose? All right, seeing none, fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, Fiscal Bill 5624, funding for 12 members of Future Theme Park Leaders Association to travel to the FTPLA, California Executive Management Shadow Week in Buena Park, California from December 8th, 2024 to December 18th, 2024. D-Leg Butler, I hereby remand to CRT. Notice of legislation on third reading, Fiscal Bill 5615, funding for 8 members of Society of Optics students to travel to the 2025 SPIE Photonics West in San Francisco, California from January 25th, 2025 to January 30th, 2025. D-Leg Butler. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate? Any objections? All right, seeing none. Is your RSO? Oh no, where is she? I sent her away, didn't I? All right. How do I go about this procedurally? All right. Is there a motion to table Fiscal Bill 5615? Any objections? All right, seeing none. I didn't think that through, guys. I'm sorry. We'll go back to third reading. Notice of legislation on second reading, Fiscal Bill 5616, funding for 32 members of UCF Student Physical Therapy Association to travel to the APTA Combined Sections meeting in Houston, Texas from February 13, 2025 to February 15, 2025. D-Leg Butler. Right. Lim.
Present and voting.
Senator Lim, present and voting, so noted at 8:10 p.m. Really quickly, who was the last ones I was going to send? Quartz or Benesh and Quartz? Okay, so Lim, you'll get your picture after Benesh and Quartz. Okay. All right. D-Leg Butler, is your RSO here for Fiscal Bill 5616? All right, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Maybe she left. Actually, I might lie. I think she left.
All right.
I guess I could represent it. She has a PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay, so this is for the Student Physical Therapy Association for their trip February 12th through February 16th in Houston, Texas. And this is the agenda, their background, the member involvement, the benefits of attending, the cost, and any questions. So this is a graduate. Their mission is to promote awareness of the physical therapy program on campus and in the community, facilitate growth and wellness of physical therapy students, and provide volunteer services throughout the community. Their member involvement is Activity Day, Go Baby Go, Nights on the Go Cafe, a POPCA clinic, Down Syndrome Association, Walk to End Alzheimer's, Student Assisted Workout Program at the UCF RWC, and injury screenings. So the APTA combined section meeting overview is, like I said, Houston, Texas, February 12th, and they're returning to Florida February 16th, and it's going to be at the George R. Brown Convention Center, and this is for 32 students, and they're all juniors. The benefits is they get educational sessions, they get to present their research, and also professional development. It's the largest national conference that brings together all the interests of the profession. They have attended this conference for 6 years in a row through student government funds, and they have been fundraising. So this is the cost breakdown, and registration is for 32 students. As said before, they're having 9 rooms for the hotel, 4 students per room. And the flight is for 32 students through Southwest Airlines. And the total cost is $30,120.12. And this is their flight verification, hotel verification, conference registration fees, as you can see. Does anyone have any questions?
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions, Varela?
This is a small nitpick on the bill. I think for the lodging and travel lines, like the per night and the travel costs haven't been updated to match like whatever's on the PowerPoint. Because it says like for lodging, $265 per night, which is not what it said on the PowerPoint. So probably just a small thing to amend. Also, the question is, do we need to amend that?
Brody, can you go back to the cost page? She was just here before for the meeting, and when we told her the total, she seemed fine with it. But of course, I can ask her again if this passes or if it doesn't pass. But this is what was said during the meeting and what was approved.
Varela.
Yeah, I understand that. My question is more like pertinent to like specifically on the bill. Like, do we need to change that 265 to 278.32, or is it fine the way it is? Because right now, like the lines aren't 100% accurate.
Okay, let me check.
All right, any questions while we're checking that? All right.
Yeah, someone put an amendment for it. Thank you.
Motion to see my amendment as a friendly.
We're still in questioning. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Carrigal.
Can we just motion to see this technical since it's just a math issue?
It's not like changing the numbers at all. All right, then I'll see it as a technical. All right, any further debate, Metellus?
Motion to move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5616. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 31-0 to 2, Fiscal Bill 5616 passes on second reading. All right. Oh, I can't see. Fiscal Bill 5617, funding for American Society of Mechanical Engineers to create the ASME external projects at UCF A&G Atrium on April 30th, 2025. D-Leg Butler is the RSO here.
Yes, is ASME here? Yeah, they're here.
All right. All right, you guys have 5 minutes. You want to cut up to the podium or take a seat, whichever one you guys prefer. All right.
Oh, there we go. My name is John Morris, and I'm going to be representing ASME's external projects this year. We are the American Society of Mechanical Engineers at UCF, and we represent mechanical engineering. So we have two main projects this year. There are two teams that compete at the same competition. Our external projects are our national competition projects. So IM3D and SDC are really our projects to develop our students' technical skills, and they're long-term. They run from mid-fall to the end of spring. So we compete, and our members gain valuable friendships and make good connections from these projects and competitions. And this year, they're going to be open to all of our members. So no matter what the commitment level, what the comfort level of our members is, they can get involved, and there's a place for them. All right, so this is kind of our timeline of what we're going to be doing through the next couple of semesters. Between the mid-fall and end of spring, we need to completely design, test, and iterate on our project vehicles. And we start with like preliminary brainstorming, getting our ideas out there, and then we kind of bring them to life with computer-aided design and 3D modeling. And then we continue with 3D printing, doing structural analysis, stress testing, assembling the vehicles, prototypes, and then testing, running through like the course. And then we compete nationally at ASME's competitions. All right, so some of the skills we're looking at building through our engineering students are computer-aided design, structural analysis, 3D printing, electronics, coding, wiring, and at the end of the semester, at the end of the spring, they're going to be writing a thoroughly technical design report. Now, this is going to be really important for our students going into the industry to know how to write those reports. And they're also going to be getting skills working with the team and working alongside other engineering majors. And our team leads are going to be really honing those leadership skills. So like I said, we compete nationally at the end of the spring. These competitions are hosted by ASME National. They kind of oversee all of our university clubs. They host the competitions, they host industry tours, workshops, and they really allow us to have an unforgettable trip. We get to sightsee, enjoy the view, and explore the local area as well as doing the competition. So our two projects they're two categories. They're a little bit different, but both teams are very similar in several ways, including the motors that they use, the Arduino controllers, the way they're coded, and the design manufacturing methods. The 3D printing is very important for all of our builds. So IM3D really gets into that. IM3D is focused on making a 3D printed RC vehicle for a closed obstacle course, and they're supposed to carry and deliver payloads for each trip. We use elimination race style competition for this project. You can see up there are two drones from last year's competition. We went to Green Bay and we brought home first and third place for UCF. And then we have our student design competition. This is not as much focused on just 3D printed materials. This can be any material that is within the competition guidelines. This year it's going to be a small autonomous robot that sorts ball bearings. This is going to be an elimination bracket style competition. Right here is our golfing robot from last year, and we brought home 3rd place for UCF. Okay, so what are we looking for from SGA? So our projects can require some parts that are very specialized and can sometimes be very expensive, and this gets our costs to well over $1,000 annually. So this year we're looking at an estimated budget of $1,400. Notice these are some rough costs and they tend to fluctuate a lot, but we are expecting to spend $1,400 on our parts, and we are requesting $700 funding from SGA. So, as always, thank you for supporting ASME and your commitment to helping USCF students be successful.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Lipner.
Yeah, some of the items on the list of like required parts are things like soldering irons and things that you would probably have from prior years. Why are you buying new ones for this projects?
Okay, so in former years, we've used like the soldering irons in the Texas Instruments lab in the engineering building. Now, when we get closer to assembling our project vehicles, we're going to be doing a lot of work outside of the lab hours, and we're going to need to do a lot of soldering on our project vehicles in the weeks before the competition.
You have a follow-up?
Yes, please. To extend on that, things like the Arduino Nanos and things like that, just technical parts that you should have left over from last year. Why are you buying new ones? I'm just confused.
So a lot of these parts are already integrated into our project vehicles from the former years. So we need new ones to integrate into the new project vehicles.
Varela.
So Brody, can you just flick back to the cost breakdown slide? And I also have like another really quick question. Just a general clarification question for either Butler or any fiscal leadership that might be able to know. Usually what I thought for like fiscal bills is like the costs are broken down like more like into smaller pieces and just the parts they need. I was wondering if that's like normal that needs to be changed.
More so.
With this one, it was the same thing last year because they also requested funding for the same exact project last year. Since there's so many and it's just like tiny amounts, it's fine. Especially since like they provide the PDF as well. Like I think I did the same thing last year. I think it's fine.
Gumrov.
Yeah, so I know that you're here for 2 bills. Can you elaborate on sort of the difference between the external and internal projects that we're seeing for you?
Okay, so the external projects are our national competition projects. We compete nationally with other ASME teams from other universities. Now, the internal projects are more about what we do as our club. So these are projects that we come up with to help students learn that are not specifically for these competitions.
Natalis.
Motion to move to debate.
All right. Do you withdraw? Okay. Lipner.
This is a question for exec. How would they go about submitting like itemized receipts to get like proper reimbursement or like payment processes with the activities with the office?
Okay.
You're asking like when it's their turn to go like ORS, how would they provide proof of receipts like they bought everything?
Yeah, like how are we gonna see if they spent all of their funding and our funding if it's like not itemized out?
Sorry, because it's not on the bill, but during their process of like everything, it's still the same documentation that will be expected to be provided then. I don't know if Rose also has anything to add at that point.
Yeah, I mean, for like the money they spend from our portion, they'll have to fill out like forms and work with the accountant. So we'll know for sure for that. And then for their half, they have to make sure to just keep good documentation of like all the receipts that they gathered.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Claudio.
How do you determine who goes to competition?
Okay, so we try to figure out who is staying for our projects and who is continuing to help us work on them. Since we're doing like an open projects to all of our members, we're going to probably have a lot more members coming in at first and try and help with the project. And once we get to the competition date, it will have narrowed down to the people who are really involved.
Any further questions? Banesh.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Metellus.
I'll be voting in favor of this bill. This club is a great opportunity for engineers to network and also learn the skills that they'll need in this industry. I know that a lot of people don't come into college with like SolidWorks experience or just like building stuff that they'll need to do in their career. And ASME is a great opportunity for mechanical engineering majors or other majors that want to learn about this stuff, and helping them with these projects financially would be great. So I'll be voting in favor of this bill.
Paul.
Yeah, I agree with everything Chairman Tellis said, but also something that I think is very valuable about these types of fiscal bills we see is that this is exactly what student government is here for. That everything, kind of to Chair Metellus' point about the impact on the individual students, is amazing. The other way that I look at this is, I know you'd mentioned, I think you got third place in golf or something like that with your robot. Cool. The point being, these are tangible things that UCF is able to point to, particularly when we have prospective students, students interested in coming here, of what sets UCF apart. And, you know, speaking for myself of working with undergrad admissions, we get a lot of students in particular that are very interested in engineering. And it's our organizations accomplishing things. It's our organizations being able to compete with the best equipment possible that really makes the difference between if they're choosing UCF or Embry-Riddle, they're choosing UCF or somewhere out of the state. I mean, even today, I was just thinking about it. I know Maddie's part of the Pre-Dental Association. We had a pre-dental student come in and I was able to talk about that association and the things that they do and how they are viewed at the national level. And that made that student a lot more interested in our pre-dental program, considering we don't have a dental program here at UCF. So the point being that I think it's great for the students, but at the end of the day, it also is great for the university as a whole. It brings pride to the university, and it gives us something to say, this is why UCF stands out from all the other schools that you're looking at. So I think this is perfect, exactly what we should be funding, and I'm excited to vote yes.
All right, Scottio.
Good projects, good people.
All right, with 3 in affirmation, are there any negation? Banesh?
Oh, I'm not in negation. I was just going to move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, Fiscal Bill 5617 passes on second reading.
Thank you.
All right. And are you guys representing the bill that's up next as well? All right. So you guys can stick around. All right, Fiscal Bill 5618, funding for American Society of Mechanical Engineers to create the ASME internal projects at UCF. Engineering Atrium on April 30th, 2025. D-Leg Butler.
All right, hi, my name is Santiago Calderon. I am the intern project chair for ASME. Okay, so ASME's internal projects. We are basically as internal projects is our local projects. These are projects that we come up with ourselves, and these aren't like general competition projects where we travel and stuff. So these projects are geared towards helping students gain technical skills. And this is a small lineup of both semester-long projects and year-long projects. Semester-long projects are typically competition projects that are a little less difficult for members to do, so they just work in small teams. And long-term projects are typically harder and more advanced, and are typically have more members in them. So let me see. So yeah, these projects are great for members to interact with each other and make valuable friendships, and they are open to all members and require no experience. So our first project will be this project I'm really excited about, which is CyberDuck. Essentially, CyberDuck is a project where we're going to be building an amphibious robot. An amphibious robot is a robot that can maneuver in both land and water. And it will be both remote controlled and autonomous. And this project is a long-term project, so it will be a little bit more difficult. And members will be learning computer design, coding, multi-terrain traversal, and buoyancy. Okay. Our first short-term project, our first competition will be a bionic hand competition. So members will be getting in groups of 3 to 4, and will be designing and building their own hands. So each group is going to compete with each other at the end of the semester to basically see which team can hold the most complex objects with their hands. At the end, whichever teams score the best, they will get a prize. And skills that would be learned are CADing again, coding, biomimicry, rigid body dynamics. RC Racers. This is a project that will be happening spring. So again, this is a 3 to 4 person 3 to 4 person project where people or members get into teams. And they create their own RC cars, and then they're just gonna race them. And the top three racers will gain prizes. Again, skills that they're gonna be learning: CADing, coding, gear ratios, and RC systems. Compliant mechanism toy competition. So this project, members will. So in this project, members don't really have to be in teams, since this will be a lot easier. So essentially, members will be making their own compliant mechanisms, which are basically just mechanisms which you can just 3D print, and they create movement. So a good example is that little Nerf gun right there, which Mark Rober created. If you ever seen Mark Rober. So these designs will be judged and ranked, and again, they'll be given prizes for whoever wins. Again, CADing is going to be involved, compliant mechanisms, additive manufacturing, and rapid prototyping.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. So budget breakdown. Essentially, microcontrollers and RC receivers are going to be used for all projects except the compliant toy. Arduinos, again, most projects except compliant toy. 3D filament, basically all the projects is going to be required for them. Motors and servos, again, all projects. Foam, this will mainly be used for the duck competition. The duck project is for buoyancy. However, it could be used for other projects as well. Batteries, all projects. Wires, also all projects. And then tools and hardware, also all projects. These are mostly just general stuff. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Gumrov.
Okay.
2, if I may.
You may.
These kind of go in tandem, but so I saw that last year, or yeah, because I think you do this every year, correct?
Yeah, intern projects, yeah.
Right. So I saw that you received $2,000 again. So I'm like last year. So I'm just wondering, is that like a minimum or maximum budget that you guys try to target when creating these internal projects? And like, do you have a minimum maximum of the amount of projects that you want to accomplish for the year?
So that's our target budget of $2,000. That's our aim, because these projects with how many projects do you have planned for this year?
5.
5 projects. 5 projects usually takes about $2,000 from our previous year's expenses.
Yeah. We typically try to do $500 per project, essentially. Right now it's only $2,000, since our 5th project will be a project which members have to pay for.
I mean, my second question was just like if they like how many projects you usually aim to do every year. If it's always around 5 or 6 or
Yeah, it's around that number, 5 or 6
For the internal projects.
Yeah.
These are separate from the external projects.
Colazo.
May I direct a question to the FAO chair? Or vice chair in this situation?
Yes, you may.
I have two, if I may.
Go ahead.
My first question is, why are we doing a bill instead of allocation?
Do you like Butler?
So basically what this is, it's basically a lot of products or like parts for one like showcase or like educational presentation purpose. So that's basically why. And it's also easier.
And then my second question, so in the internal bill, the last whereas clause states how much funding they've received so far this year, but in the first bill, the external bill, it doesn't state that. So like, what's the real thing? Like, have they received funding this year or not?
Can any fiscal answer, Rose?
I think the one that has the numbers is correct because they have, and I guess they can also like chime in. You've done allocations, right?
Yes, we've done one allocation for workshops, one allocation for promo, and then external projects bill, and this is our second bill.
Yeah, and I think also that's kind of why this is a bill because I think they've like reached their allocation maximum. I'm not sure.
All right, Karen, go you have an answer.
Yeah, FAO's fiscal cap for allocations is $800. So I think the 7099 that's in that 5618 bill that maxes out their like materials / promotional events one, which I think would technically fall under. So bills are their only option.
Any further questions, Varela?
This is a question to the RSO, kind of like a compound question. That's okay. Okay. It looks like the numbers you had on like your like cost breakdown sheet did include tax. So I was wondering, like, do you know the numbers with tax, or do those have included tax? And if the tax isn't included, can you also like account for that cost?
So I believe tax is not included, but we could. Yeah.
Karen, go you have an answer.
Yeah, just a point of information. If it's purchased in the state of Florida, we are tax free. So if they're purchasing it from here, then it's no taxes.
Good move.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, so how would you be covering your half of the cost? Do you receive funding from elsewhere, or is it completely out of the pocket, like through dues or something?
Yes, so we have dues and fundraisers.
Lipner.
Seeing as you're an RSO that has been registered since 1970, do you not have like a wealth of like equipment, things like sockets and wrenches that you can use instead of buying new ones?
No, sir, we do not.
Any further questions? Dinesh.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Dinesh.
I'll be voting in favor. The projects seem really, really cool, and it seems like it will give a wealth of information to mechanical engineers. So yeah.
All right, thank you.
To Gumrov and then Lipner.
Yeah, so I'll be voting in favor as well. And I also just wanted to kind of touch point. I've done similar projects throughout high school, you know, like mechanical engineering projects. Usually with materials, a lot of it, you know, it's a lot of trial and error when you're building it. So a lot of materials you can't always keep over, you know, like you bent it the wrong way or something, or you broke a wire. And also based on their itemized list, I think they're purchasing only what they would need and not like extras. So I'm assuming that's why they wouldn't really have anything left over. So I just wanted to touch on that.
Lipner.
Yeah, I'll be abstaining. I too have experience doing robotics work in high school, and I don't see how you don't have any equipment backup. And I don't know why you're not taking apart things that you built last year. Thank you.
Shen.
Look, I think, you know,
I don't really think we need to be questioning their use of the materials. I don't know why they would want to take apart their materials from last year. That's something they can exhibit to other students. I think, we have had like wide support for engineering projects before. As was mentioned earlier, this is a big engineering school. I don't think we should be trying to limit them just based on like very like tiny concerns over taking apart things that, once again, like I said, they could exhibit to other students who want to join the organization.
Robbie.
I second that. Like when you build projects, particularly electronics and mechanical products, you break them. I bought a lot of ICs before I graduated my undergraduate degree. So, and also once you put them together, even if you use Arduino, they are like you can build them, stack them as you want. But once you build a project, you solder them. It's hard to take them out, and reusability is not necessarily a great thing with them. And in those cases, we got to keep the ones that is working. If my project works, I won't even touch it. I let it be like this until the presentation, because I have made changes a night before the presentation, and the next day the project did not work. And I was like, yeah, it used to work. I have videos to show for it, but next day morning it doesn't work. So in these cases, questioning the nitty-gritty details about whether this component, why don't you reuse the component, or why don't you reuse the soldering machine? Soldering tips go bad, and often tips, sometimes they buy things that they need for that year, and if they want to buy a long-lasting product, they would cost like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. And I think if SG is willing to fund that, they would be more than happy to buy a long-lasting product they can keep for 10 years. So for that reason, I would expect everyone to understand the things that go behind building a project, and also happily vote for it. Thank you.
All right, Metellus.
May I retain?
You may.
I second what Senator Ravi and Shen said. With that being said, motion move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, Fiscal Bill 5618 passes on second reading.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Fiscal Bill 5621, funding for Knights Racing Baja SAE to create an off-road vehicle for the Baja SAE competition season 2025 at Marana, Arizona on May 1st, 2024. D-Leg Butler is the RSO here.
Baja.
Is Baja here?
No,
Right.
Can I postpone this one? Yeah, can I postpone this one?
You can make the motion, yeah.
Oh, I motion to postpone this one.
There's been a motion to postpone Fiscal Bill 5621. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Fiscal Bill 5621 is postponed. All right, Fiscal Bill 5622, funding for 52 members of American Society of Civil Engineers to travel to the 2025 ASCE Southeast Student Symposium in Athens, Georgia from March 6, 2025. D-Leg Butler.
They're here.
All right, so you guys have 5 minutes.
Okay, awesome. I just want to check, is this the updated PowerPoint that I sent today? Okay, awesome. All right. Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Rendell. I'm the president of the American Society of Civil Engineers, University of Central Florida Student Chapter.
Hi, everyone. My name is Edward Colazo Borges, and I'm the vice president.
Oh, go back. Today we will be presenting our bill for our annual student symposium, which is March 6th through the 9th at Athens, Georgia, at the University of Georgia.
So we are going to the annual Southeast Student Symposium, and like she mentioned earlier, we are bringing 52 students to compete across 16 different competitions across all the civil engineering disciplines. This competition is the Southeast Student Symposium, so it includes Georgia, Florida, and Puerto Rico. So we're competing against other AAC student chapters in those states. Not only are we competing against these competitions, but we are also going to be networking with engineering professionals and other civil engineering students. Next slide, please. So like I said, we compete in different competitions. One of the major competitions are national competitions. So Concrete Canoe is one of them. Concrete Canoe, we design, build, and race a concrete canoe. Yes, concrete canoes can float. And so with this competition, this past year, we placed 3rd place overall, our highest placement in over a decade. So this year, as a project manager, I'm looking to take the gold. Next slide. So another annual competition is our steel bridge competition. In steel bridge, we design, fabricate, weld, and then race to build a 23-foot long bridge at the annual Southeast Student Symposium. Last year, we placed 5th. We're looking to place in the top 4 so we can go to nationals this year. Okay, so I've only mentioned 2 of these 16 plus different competitions that we have. Some other competitions are Sustainable Solutions, Timber Strong, and more. And with all of these competitions combined with all their scores, we placed 3rd overall. Again, another historical win for UCF. So we're looking to get that again this year.
So we expect the total cost to be $20,800. This includes lodging, registration, and travel. We expect half of this amount to be paid by student government and the other half to be paid by us through sponsorships with companies. For lodging, we will be staying at the Holiday Inn Express just off campus. We have an expected estimated amount of $9,170. This was calculated using a $149 per night base rate, adding in a state tax, adding in an occupancy tax, and then adding in a $5 fee per night per room as per Georgia's policy. This has been reserved in advance, so we have this rate locked in. And if you have any more information, you can see our quotes. We are expecting to pay the University of Georgia just under $4,500. This was calculated using an $85 per student rate. This has been the same rate as it's been for the past 2 years, and multiplying that number by 52. For travel, we'll be using a charter bus. We have an estimated total cost of $7,200. This was calculated by finding the lowest quote we could, which was $8,000, and subtracting the 10% down payment. If you have any more information on that, we also have quotes. Some other information is our roster does have alternates, so we definitely will be bringing 52 people, and we would like our funding by January 1st, with the latest date being February 1st. Thank you. We yield for questions.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Finish.
2, if I may.
You may.
1, you guys are the ones with the brat stickers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
If anybody
Cutie.
wants
All right.
them, just let me know.
Please, me. Second question, how long is that bus ride? Because I know it's to Georgia, but like, that's a little.
Yeah, it's gonna be about a whole day, so we're leaving a day early because of that. And we just don't want to run into any issues where we're late to any competition. So I know for a drive it's like 8 hours, and then if you look back at the quotes, it has the hour by hour breakdown, so around 12 hours if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Corelli.
Present voting.
Senator Corelli, present voting, so noted at 8:49 p.m. Read.
Yeah, so you all mentioned that your portion was being paid by sponsorships. Are these all like currently concrete confirmed that these are being paid?
Yes, actually, our fundraising chair is back there. We were estimated to raise around $20,000 this year. We ended up raising $36,500. So we have sponsorships.
Lipner.
For the travel, you mentioned a down payment. Has that already been paid?
No, so we wanted to wait, and thank goodness we waited because we weren't sure if charter bus could be funded by student government, but it can. So we can pay that once we know we're approved next week.
Follow up.
Yeah. Brody, could you go back to that travel page? Cool. So the total quote was $8,000, including the down payment?
Yes, so we subtracted the down payment to get the $7,212.
Follow up if I may.
Follow up. Go ahead.
Would you be comfortable with us giving you more money for the full bus quote? Because I think we can cover the down payment.
Yes, but we do want to get the charter bus in the next 2 weeks. So if you guys are down to let us purchase it in the next 2 weeks, we would take the money.
That would be a caring question.
Larson.
President voting.
Chair Larson, present and voting, so noted at 8:50 p.m. Benesh. Audio?
May I see the quotes, please?
Yes, they're in the folder. We also have our Excel breakdown of the hotel attached to the hotel quote or contract. And we have some other quotes from other buses that are a little higher.
Metalis.
Was Chair Carango going to answer the bus question if we can provide money for that?
Yes, Karen, sorry.
Just to confirm, we're asking if they're allowed to pay that deposit on the bus after the Senate meeting.
So it would be a down payment, so we don't get the money back.
Yeah, so that's fine as long as they do it. I got clarification from Brody too before the meeting started. As long as they pay it before, as long as they pay it after the bill is approved on third reading in Senate, it could come, that 10% can technically come out of their half to where it's fine.
All right. Any further questions? Lipner?
This is directed to Caringle. I don't want to do the math. I'm sorry. Would that still put us in timeline if we wanted to change it? Or would I get the money? Would everything work out so that we were able to pay for that down payment throughout?
Yeah, so now with that information, we can add that down payment to the bill as long as they haven't paid it yet. So
Yep.
as long as they're willing to wait till next Thursday to pay it.
Yeah, perfect.
Finish.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Okay. Go ahead.
Are we gonna change the numbers on the bus or no? I think that's a question for kind of the RSO and like Karen Gold to decide together if they want to do that.
Do you have the amount on your?
Yeah, so the amount with the down payment's gonna be that 8,013.91. So that would just get added to the total amount. You can subtract the 7,000 to 12.52. It's been a long day, but I think that works.
All right, you're just changing the numbers real quick. All right, Banesh. Natalis.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Colazo.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, so I will be voting in favor of this bill. I think besides the fact that my twin brother serves as vice president, regardless of that fact, they are a wonderful RSO that places throughout their many competitions and brings back UCF many awards. So I think that I encourage the body to vote in favor.
Butler, are your amendments at the bottom just like mathematical?
Yeah.
All right, I'll see Butler's amendments as a technical. Serta.
I'll also be voting in favor. I think they have everything like kind of together. Besides the bus maybe being a little iffy. They have like plans in case people can't attend. And I think it's a pretty good opportunity. And with that, I'd like to motion to move to vote.
Do you withdraw?
I'll withdraw.
Okay. Caringle.
Motion to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Chair Caringle's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so basically it's just amending the day at the top, the therefore being enacted clause, the travel for the bus, and then therefore just divvying it out between the total costs, our contribution, their contribution, yearly questioning.
All right, are there any questions? Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Lipner.
Yeah, this RSO has all of their information readily available and quotes for everything that they wouldn't have shown us. So, I mean, this all makes sense. And for that reason, I am saying that I want to give them as much money as possible to make sure that they can go, which is why I'm approving this amendment.
Banesh.
This is about the amendment, right?
Yeah.
All right. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Carringle's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 0 to 1, Carringle's amendments pass. We're still in debate on the bill. Metellus.
Yes. Okay. I will happily be voting in favor of this bill. I am a proud member of ASCE and a proud civil engineering student. ASCE is such an amazing club, and they provide so many opportunities. Fun fact, 2 fun facts actually. Edward was my mentor last year when I was a freshman, and I was also on the Sustainable Solutions team, and it was great. And I would love to be able to give this opportunity to other ASCE members to participate in all these competitions. Concord Canoe and Steel Bridge are so awesome, guys. Like, y'all have no idea, like, to see like these things in action, it's amazing. And I encourage you guys all to vote in favor as well.
Gaudio.
Quotes look good. They did their homework, and I like these guys. So there you go.
Varela.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 37 to 0 to 1, Fiscal Bill 5622 passes on second reading. All right, Borges.
President voting.
Senator Borges present and voting, so noted at 8:57 p.m. All right. All right, everyone. Sorry, sometimes I get lost in the agenda. That was Fiscal Bill. We're at Fiscal Bill 22, right? Oh, we're at the last one. I'm sorry. All right. Fiscal Bill 5623, funding for Formula Student to create a Formula style vehicle at the Formula SAE Michigan in Brooklyn, Michigan on May 12, 2025. D-Leg Butler.
I yield to the RSO.
All right. All right, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, we're Formula Student, and I'm Susanna Newhouse, the treasurer. So Formula SAE is a design competition that allows students to apply their learned engineering objectives into a real-life application by building a smaller scale formula-style car. So we're expected to do everything from design to manufacture, working all year round, and since we're working as a team all the time, it not only teaches us about engineering, but also about cooperation skills and responsibilities, which are crucial in later industries.
So as a club, we are aware that like all of our actions have an effect on how people see UCF. So we strive to have a positive interaction with everyone we come in contact with. By representing UCF, our club brings notoriety to UCF, therefore promoting the university among future knights. So for example, we'll participate in STEM Day and inspire younger students, and we'll also bring the car out to car shows, and a lot of families will stop by and inquire about our club. And then by representing UCF, our club provides an environment for the engineering department students and other department students, a place to implement knowledge in a real world situation. So for example, we have there's a rule sheet that's 100 pages long that we have to comply with every single one of those in order to compete. And if we don't, then we're not allowed to compete. So it kind of gives the students a real world feel of what it's like to work in industry. And lastly, by representing UCF, our club helps recognize students' academic success through UCF's program and create positive reputation. So an example of this would be for last year's Space U game. we were allowed to bring our car out on the field and have our hard work recognized thanks to UCF, and we're super honored to have that. But a huge thing is that alumni and current members have gone on to work in leading edge engineering companies as well as some defense positions. So we have members that have worked at Lockheed, Blue Origin, Tesla, SpaceX, Honda, and Mitsubishi, just to name a few. But with that, I'm going to pass it off to Tyler. Thank you.
All right. So as y'all can see, pre-COVID, we had done pretty well in our competition. There's 120 teams that we compete against from around the world, mainly U.S. teams, though. COVID hit. We lost a big wealth of knowledge in our team, big knowledge gap, and we lost a lot of members. So we've been rebuilding since then. We didn't compete until 2023, where we placed, 89th? We got 81st last year. So we're on the up and up with this. We're trying to get higher this year. We want to place at least in the top 50. That is an achievable goal with us, seeing how we've been over the past couple of years. Okay, so this is our cost breakdown. The $25,000, we were told in our FAO meeting that that's above what it was, but we're just going to request the max. Our contribution, so we get sponsored for parts and stuff. That's a big chunk of it. I specifically know in that Aero budget, we get parts for like carbon fiber and everything. That's part sponsorships, donations from families, people who see us at car meets, other companies and stuff like that. We also collect money through dues, 30 a semester, 50 a year. And our biggest one is volunteering events. We volunteer at all 3 races, big races at Daytona International. We also volunteer at a variety of air shows in the area.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Varela.
The number, like the total cost on the slideshow and the bill are different. So I'm just wondering, what's the correct cost that we will be funding?
Anyone who can answer? Rose.
Yeah, so that's just because the total cost, like if we split that 50,000 number over 2, it would put like them requesting above the maximum like amount they can request. So we just limit it to 24,062 and then set that as both of the halves.
Yeah, so can I ask, so for these materials, are they all being purchased from a singular manufacturer that like you have an agreement with for some reason or a contract with, or are they all from different companies that you've kind of bought yourself?
So speaking, I'm a manufacturer in this team, so I know I alone work with a good 5+ companies. And then you can have multitude of subsystems. We're working with probably 20 different companies to get parts from. We have no contracts unless they're sponsored parts.
Banesh.
Move to debate.
All right, do you take back your motion? Is that a thing? Okay. Lipner.
For the cost breakdown, are these just estimates from prior years, or do you have are you looking at current prices?
These are a reflection of current prices. They are, however, estimates because we don't know exactly how much, how many feet of wire we're going to need, how many yards of carbon fiber we're going to need, exactly what the steel tube prices have been fluctuating quite frequently. So this is a rough estimate based off of previous years and what's currently available to us online.
Wanjin.
Present and voting.
Senator Wanjin present and voting, so noted at 9:04 p.m. We're set.
Just a question out of curiosity, I don't know if you said this in your speech or not, but how many teams compete in this event?
120.
Gumroff.
So I know this is being built at a competition. So the competition, they do require you to pay for all of the materials yourself to build it? They don't?
It is up to us to build and come up with the money, if that's the question. So it doesn't really get sponsored for the event.
Gadia.
How many people are working on this project?
Ideally, the whole team. But
which is how many people?
Estimate about, we had a lot of people joining for the past year, so we gained to about 200 people, but we're taking about 30 people to the event, if that was the next question. But people working on the car should be around the 100, I want to say.
You have a follow-up?
So, I understand there's naturally drop off, but how do you decide who those 30 people are, and how does that look in terms of like class standing?
So we have each one of those little subsystems. They have a lead for it. They, oversee all the projects, and they need to train their lead, their replacement. So they generally pick that person. We also look into, how many volunteering events do they come out to. The more volunteering events you go to, help bring in more money to the club. You kind of help, club buy stuff, go to the comp, stuff like that. So we look into your work ethic, how often you're showing up, working on the car. Are you going to be a replacement for your lead, and how many volunteering events you showed up to?
Good, Rob.
These kind of go together, but so was this a yearly thing you said?
Yes.
So then my question is, what do you guys do with the car that you've built like after every year? Do you showcase, like, I don't know how many years you've been doing this, but do you showcase like all 7 of them if you went for 7 years, or?
So this is our 25th year as a club. And so far we had a car from 2017 that was donated to alumni. They can't buy it from us, donate it. It's useless to us at that point. Steel tube is rotting away, rusting in the atrium. Our 23 car is currently sitting in the engineering atrium, trying to bring in, new people to the club. Most of the cars will be torn apart. We scavenge as many parts off it, engine, suspension, axles, all sorts of stuff off of it. So we're generally just left with a bunch of steel tubes at the end of the day. That stuff gets chopped up, either used for training people on how to weld or disposed of.
Varela.
I know you said they get a lot of like your, I guess, funding from sponsors and stuff like that, and like kind of more like complex methods of funding your project. How do you plan to keep track of all this, like all your receipts to submit through VPFs to get approved by the ROS committee after you finish your project?
We do have a spreadsheet of all donation or sponsorship that comes in, and if it's a paper form, we do have a stack of file that we keep it together, so it helps us after the year to do VPFs or any post-funding activities. So we do have a way to keep track of everything that comes in.
Reed.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So the car is built before you go to the competition, and the competition is for you to showcase the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do you transport the vehicle? Do you drive?
We do drive up to Michigan.
Okay, yeah.
We do have a trailer that we put the car in and tow it with us.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Got you.
So you mentioned that the people that you bring along with you, it's the leads, their follow-ups, as well as generally active people in the club. I assume you've already picked your leads as well as probably the people following up. What does the class standings of these people generally look like?
So most of our leads this year are juniors, and most of our replacements are sophomores. So most of our leads we shoot for junior, senior age. Sometimes we do have a master's student that gets thrown into the mix as well.
Palazzo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Johnson.
I was in SGLC, I think the first year they got approved, and I remember once they got the bill approved and they built the car, they brought it to Senate, and it was so cool to see. So I will be voting in favor, and if this bill passes, I would absolutely love to see if you guys can bring the car. I'd love some pictures.
Reed.
Yeah, so I'll also be voting in favor. I've seen the car in the atrium, and I am very impressed by it. All my orientation students always ask me about it as if I knew what was going on ever. But yeah, I'll be voting in favor. I'm so excited to see what you all do this year and how you represent UCF at your competition. And yeah, I encourage you all to vote in favor.
Juan, did you want to see your amendments?
I think there's only one on the page at this point, but yes, if it's not considered a technical.
Was that just like was there anything on that line? What the I don't really know what to do for this one. I think I'll see it as a technical. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Varela,
May I retain?
you may.
All right. Again, voting in favor, as should we all. I also just want to say, when I was first touring UCF, when I was thinking of like transferring here, I saw the car in like the engineering building, and it was super cool. And I don't know, maybe UCF seems super cool to me. So it's definitely a small factor why I transferred. So I'm sure a lot of students have that experience and are attracted to our school because of the cool car in the atrium. So definitely vote in favor and love what they do for our university. Move the vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5623. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 39-0-2, Fiscal Bill 5623 passes on second reading. All right. Is there a motion to move back to notice of legislation on third reading? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Is there a motion to pick up Fiscal Bill 5615 back from the table? Any objections? Seeing none, Fiscal Bill 5615, funding for 8 members of Society of Optics students to travel to the 2025 SPIE Photonics West in San Francisco, California from January 25th, 2025 to January 30th, 2025. D-Leg Butler.
Okay, so the thing that got updated was the travel. I just added, what did I add? I added the taxes that they asked for, and then I just updated everything accordingly. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's the only thing that changed from 5615. So I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions for D-Leg Butler? Ganesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in. You object. Do you withdraw?
Sorry, guys. Our question. All right,
Carla.
cool. Sorry, guys. Just one small thing. Does the 610 times 8 line that's like supposed to account for the tax need to be updated? Because I don't think I haven't done the math yet, but I don't think the 610 was including the tax that they also asked for.
Can I just put like plus tax, or do I actually have to do the math again? I'm gonna just add plus tax, and hopefully we can just see that as a technical.
All right. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Ganesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Shen.
These guys are great. When they came into CRT, they were super organized. When they were here, they were super organized. I really want them to go. I encourage you all to vote in favor.
All right. I'll see Borges amendments at the bottom about the date as a technical. And then I'll see Wanjins as a technical as well on the be it further enacted. All right. And then Butler, your amendments.
Speech about it?
Do you want to see your amendments?
Oh, I motion to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see D-Leg Butler's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so it's basically what I said. I just updated it for the taxes, and I yield.
All right. Are there any questions for D-Leg Butler? Kringle.
Just want to confirm, are those taxes or are those fees for the airline?
Any further questions while Daily Butler is checking? Read.
It's a very small thing, but did you say they were gone from January 26th to January 31st or the 30th?
It says 31st in the bill.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
And it's taxes.
Taxes. Okay. It reads 30th in the title, I believe. Is that what Morissette said? All right. Well, any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate on the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate, Banesh?
Looks good to me.
Morissette,
Can I direct it to Brody?
you have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can we change the title to say January 31st?
All right. Metellus.
Yeah, retain.
You may.
Looks good. Motion to move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there on the amendments? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. Let's make sure we're not talking while we're in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 40 to 0 to 1, these amendments pass. We're still in debate on the bill itself. Banesh.
I'll be voting in favor. Like, we've seen this already. They seem like a really cool RSO, and I love lasers, so voting.
Varela.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5615. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 40 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5615 passes on third reading. All right. Is there a motion to move back to internal committee caucus time? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Internal committee caucus time. SBA has 10 minutes. ENA has 15 minutes. Nobody move yet. We're just gonna have them go at the same time. So I recess this meeting for 15 minutes. We will reconvene at, oh my gosh, I can't do that. It's 9:33. All right, at 9:33 p.m. Okay. Who has the bigger committee? SBA has a bigger committee than me. I don't know. Actually, you guys sort it out. I'm not getting involved. Okay, SBA, if you're an SBA, please come here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're good. I call this meeting to order at 9:20 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Ayala Alcuda. Oh, sorry. Metellus, go ahead.
Hamid.
Excused.
Vasquez.
Present.
Sorry. Alcuda.
Present.
Courts.
Excused.
Jimenez Valero. Hashimi. Hendry.
Absent.
Lynn. Metellus, Renda, Sherman, Waterberg, Colazo,
Excused. Yeah.
Pro Tempore.
Present.
All right. 10 out of 12 quorum is verified.
Okay. Approval of the minutes. Take a look at this week's minutes, and I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, last meeting's minutes have been approved by general consent. Approval of the agenda. Take a look at the agenda, and I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve this meeting's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this meeting's agenda has been approved by general consent. Open forum. Is there anyone here to speak during open forum? Seeing none. Announcements from the chair. Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great day. Sorry for not being there tonight. I am ill. He also said he misses you. We're seeing 2 proclamations. If you could please write down your updates. I have new initiatives from the concern forum. So if you're interested, please let me know. Also, great work on tabling last week. We should table again either next week or next week. Thank you for everyone who helped out at the Knights Vote event this week. And a big congrats to CAP Chair and Knights Vote Co-Chair Vasquez for the successful event. Are there any questions for the chair? Seeing none. Announcements from the vice chair. Shout out Chair Hamid for letting us caucus and canceling SBA for the event this week. That's it from me. Are there any questions for me? Seeing none. Announcements from committee members. Courts, like I've been repeating for the past few weeks, make sure that if you're going to be absent from your dean meeting that you are emailing who needs to be emailed. Are there any questions for Chair Courts? Are there any other announcements from committee members? Seeing none. Announcements from non-committee members, none. Old business, none. New business resolutions, none. Proclamations. Proclamation 5615, proclamation celebrating October 11th as International Day of the Girl, presented by Chair Lazo. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Metellus.
In the sake of time, motion for 222.
There's been a motion for a 2-minute speech, 2-minute questioning, and 2-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, let me set up the timer, please. Please hold. 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Alrighty, for the sake of time, I will be speaking through this. Basically, this proclamation sets out to highlight the importance of girlhood and how that girlhood, if interrupted by certain factors such as abuse, lack of education, lack of health, a lot of things that people, us in first world countries, take for granted, how that can affect the ability for young girls to become strong, independent women. Other than that, I really encourage you to vote in favor. Why am I already doing debate? Sorry. Other than that, we're also going to be followed. I didn't include this simply because by the time that I was writing this, I hadn't been approved yet, but there's also going to be a film festival to go along with this proclamation. With that, I yield the rest of my time.
Okay. We are now in questioning. Are there any questions? Chair Metellus.
You don't have to say what the details are, but do you have details for this film festival?
Yeah, it's going to be held on October 11th. Basically what it is, it's going to be hosted here in the Student Union. What we're going to do is we're going to be showcasing a lot of films by women from UCF. We want to really highlight student films. There was a couple more plans. You might even add a little arts and crafts things that's going to be sustainable. Still working on that. But essentially, I didn't want to just have the proclamation.
Go ahead.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Is there any debate? Metellus.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, this proclamation sounds good. I'm very glad that we have an interesting event to go along with it. With that being said, motion to move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. Everyone voting in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Anyone voting no, raise your hand. Anyone abstaining? Okay, with a vote count of 8-0 to 2, this proclamation passes first reading. Congratulations. I'll write it in a second. Okay, Proclamation 5615, proclamation declaring the month of March as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, also presented by Chair Lazo. 2 minutes when you're ready. Proceed.
Similarly, for the sake of time, I will be speeding through this. It doesn't really need to be said why we need to raise awareness for breast cancer.
even if you don't know somebody specifically, or if you haven't been affected by it, you still know how painful this disease could be, not just for the people that are affected by it, but by their families. The purpose of this month is not only just to raise awareness for the disease, it also raises awareness for preventative measures, diagnosis, treatments that go into it, as well just like the ramifications of surviving it. A lot of people think, oh, you survived it, you're going to move on with your life. You really don't. This raises awareness about that. This will also be matched with an event, I forgot to add it because it also just got approved yesterday. The Women's Health Fair, which will include information about breast cancer as well as other women's ailments. Very important that we raise awareness about this because it is still severely under-researched. And I also included facts about male breast cancer so that it isn't just to prevent the future stigmatization of it as a women's ailment. With that, I yield the rest of my time. Okay, we are now in voting procedures. Are there any questions? Oh, sorry. In questioning. Sorry, proceed.
Okay. So my question, what I was going to say was, would you like to add the sororities of the different councils? But then you also said that you wanted this to not just be like a woman's thing. But I do see that a lot of female RSOs are in the be it for the resolve clause. So what do you think is best?
I can't remember which specific sorority it is that has Susan G. Coleman as their charity of choice. I'm really not going to do that research right now because I want to go home. But I kind of just chose not to include either fraternities or sororities simply because I feel that their message as Greek life doesn't really align with the purposes of this bill. However, I do see that I don't think I included international medical outreach, which I wanted to include. So I'm going to add that once we see it on the floor to include it to be more not just heavy female based. Are there any more questions, Metellus?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Is there any debate for this proclamation? Jimenez Valero, you may.
Yeah, this seems great. We love awareness. I like that there's an event so we don't do pink washing or anything like that. Yeah, move to vote.
Okay. We are now in voting procedures. Are there any objections? Again, if you're voting yes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Anyone voting no, please raise your hand. Anyone abstaining? Okay, with a vote count of 8-0 to 2, this proclamation passes first reading. Congratulations. Semester projects. Are there any updates that are like really important right now? Okay, awesome. If there are, write it in, and then we'll see it on Tuesday if there is anything important like that. Member discussion, tabling at Rosen. How was that? Tabling was great. Rosen's really pretty. We should go there more often. Woohoo. Okay. Miscellaneous business, icebreakers, study for your midterms, very important. Please do that. Also, take a break for yourselves, relax, do what you need to do. And as always, Jason and I always say, if you need any help, please let us know. Is there a motion? So, motion to adjourn pending final roll call? There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, roll call and verification of quorum. Same as initial. Okay, I hereby adjourn this meeting at 9:29 p.m. Woo, we did it. We ate that. Yeah, do the same thing. Yeah.
right, reconvene this meeting at 8:42 p.m. Internal committee reports, ENA committee chair DeCara.
Yeah, we just caucus. We caucus for internal bill 5607, which passed 5-0 to 1. Additionally, we also spoke about a potential Title IV bill regarding appointments, and then discussed a new Instagram open seats post. And then the agenda is linked right there.
Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? All right, seeing none. Sorry. GAP committee chair Vasquez.
Hi, Senate. So GAP did not meet this week. I wanted to give everyone who participated in the tabling at the Knights Vote registration rodeo earlier this week a break and also allow us to relax during exam season. I appreciate all of those who helped table at the SG table for the event. And then a special shout out to Chair Hamid, Deezer Lazo, and Chair Courts for tabling at Rosen today and repping GAP, SBA, and SG as a whole. I'm excited to keep on working on voter engagement efforts and legislative priorities again soon. That's it.
Any questions for Chair Vasquez? Seeing none, LJR committee chair Courts.
Hi guys. Yesterday in committee we saw 5 absence requests. Sarah Hashimi approved 5-0 to 1. Kieran Connolly approved 3-0 to 2. Adam Kringle approved 5-0 to 1. Isha Patel approved 3-2 to 1. And Danishka Morsap approved 4-0 to 2. We also worked on clarifying parts of the absence precedent sheet so that nobody's confused by any of the language. I've linked the Word doc that we have added / subtracted to so everyone can look at it and see that we're not changing the precedent that we've already set before we upload the official PDF version. And lastly, we're almost done with our read through of the statutes and rules. We only have Senate Rule 8 left, so yay.
All right, any questions for Chair Courts? Seeing none, SBA committee chair Hamid.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are all having a great week. This week in SBA, we helped out at the Knights Vote event. Congratulations to GAP Chair, Knights Vote Co-Chair, and SBA Vice Chair Vasquez on another amazing event. SBA is very proud of you. Aww. Today, Deezer Lazo, Chair Courts, and I went over to Rosen to table at their market day. We got to hear about their concerns and give out some voter information. We also just caucused to see Proclamations 5615 and 5616, where they both passed first reading. I've gotten a lot of new concerns this past week, so if you're interested in taking one of them, please let us know. And that's it.
Any questions regarding the SBA report? Seeing none, confirmations. Renee Plancher for College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat number 8, to Kara.
We were supposed to talk about that. I emailed her. She was coming. She didn't respond. Am I able to pose a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Will y'all want to see her at this point? I'm just generally asking because I just don't want to keep going. I keep reaching out.
Okay. Colazo.
I think statutes wise, if I'm correct, we don't see her anymore.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just email her and just be like, sorry.
Do you have a motion?
Motion to postpone indefinitely.
There's been a motion to postpone the confirmation of Renee Plancher indefinitely. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none. Renee Plancher's confirmation is postponed indefinitely. All right, internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, internal bill 5610, updates to Title 8, CRT, Chair Caringle, I hereby remand to ORS. Internal bill 5611, updates to Title 4, LJR Vice Chair Colazo, I hereby remand to LJR. Resolutions, Resolution 5608, updates to Senate Rule 4, adding time limits to open forum, CRT, Chair Caringle, I hereby remand to LJR. Notice of legislation on third reading, resolutions, Resolution 5602, resolution urging the University of Central Florida to begin development of the Performance, Immersive Experience, and Entertainment Laboratory, formerly known as the Center for Innovation in Arts and Entertainment, ELA Richmond. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate? Any objections? Seeing none, ELA Richmond, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
We heard about this extensively last meeting by the great Dean Moore, so I will reserve the rest of my time for questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Any questions for Eli Richmond, Varela?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? All right, Dinesh.
Excuse me. So this resolution, we're just gonna give it to the university for them to like kind of see the need for it, or like
Yes, so we pass this resolution every year, and it basically just shows that the student body cares because we as a body represent the student body. So passing this is symbolic to the university, showing that we care and we want to see it done for our predecessors. Wait, no, for our unpredecessors? I don't know. Oh, successors.
Oh, right. Laurel learned a new word today. Vinesh, you a follow up?
no. Oh, never mind. Then.
Ravi.
I have one question on this. Like, when we pass it and send it to the university, we don't know what we are comparing it with. That could be other, say, some other department needing a laser or something that university could fund. We cannot just single-handedly see if it's useful or not, and then send it to the next level. This is just, we are looking at it only on its basis, not comparing with anything else. And I'm not really comfortable in approving something without comparing it to other such proposals on the table. That's a comment. Anybody can answer it.
Well, so every single dean meeting we go and we ask, what can SG do for you? I know we haven't had our dean meeting yet, but I think whatever the dean says, it's kind of my job to kind of push that forward. And the best way I see fit for the College of Arts and Humanities is passing this. I don't think we're saying, oh, we want arts and humanities, we don't care about lasers. I think it's quite the opposite. It's setting the precedent that we do care about these departments that need the funding. And I would love to do the same for a department that came to us and was like, we want funding for lasers. I'd get to work and type a little resolution.
Follow up? Go ahead.
Thanks for the explanation. And so we are seeing this on its individual basis. We are putting it forth. Deciding on it is not our job here. Thank you.
Lipner?
This is a question for Richmond, if I may.
You may.
The last whereas on the first page reads funkily. Could you take a look at that and let me know what you think and potentially amend it? Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Binesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Read.
Okay, so this, as a theater major, as someone who is a part of the College of Arts and Humanities, means a lot. If you have not stepped foot inside of our current performance arts spaces, they aren't the best, to be honest. We have a lot of talent. We have a lot of individuals who, are within these colleges who really need to showcase, what they can do. And I believe that this space is what we need. Being in arts in the state of Florida is very difficult. Recently, Governor DeSantis removed a lot of performing arts grants or grants that would go towards the arts in the state of Florida, which was really heartbreaking. And so I believe that having a space, not only for people in the arts, but also it's a multi-purpose space that is utilized for a lot of different colleges, is fantastic. Our current stage is so tiny that our sets are like very crammed, I would say, on our current stage. And so having a space that's bigger, that's more innovative, that we can help teach students some more professional skills when it comes to lighting, sound, and utilizing larger spaces can be so beneficial in the long run. And like I said, this is a very multi-purpose space. So it's not just for the arts and humanities, it's for everyone. But this is so incredibly important and can do so much for this university. So I'll always, always, always be voting yes in favor of this.
I'll see Richmond's amendments as the bottom as a technical, that's like grammatical kind of. Waterberg.
So I think that we can all agree that this is something that's going to be amazing and extremely beneficial to the university, and not just arts and humanities students, but all students. And we passed it on second reading. I see no reason not to pass it on third, so I'll be voting in favor.
I'll do Corelli.
Yeah, in the whereas section, it mentions how the UCF wind ensemble traveled to O'Galley High School, which is an hour away. That's where I went to high school. So it seems as though they need something here. So I'll be voting in favor.
All right, with 3 in affirmation, are there any in negation? Gumarov.
I'm gonna personally be abstaining. I agree that we need updates within the College of Arts and Humanities. I just personally believe this might be a little bit not too much of an upgrade, but I feel like it's overdoing it. I understand that the purpose is for this to be a utilized space for all majors and all colleges. As someone who works with technology and I'm in the College of Engineering and Computer Science, we have many of like spaces of us, at least personally, which I know lots of other majors don't, but I don't see how we would personally use this. And I don't know how much the arts is getting into immersive experience. Again, me personally, just because I haven't seen any colleges doing that recently. I haven't seen any shows recently that are doing that. So I would love to update the space. I just believe that like over $100 million like project like this is a little bit extensive for a university. And that's just my personal opinion.
I'll do Metellus, Wanjin, Lazo.
Okay. Well, first, what I wanted to say was, as an engineering student, I definitely can see how like a lot of especially because this is an engineering focused school, a lot of things in engineering related get funded, and we have a lot of new stuff. But then like I have had classes like in the visual arts building, and I can like see how like the arts isn't treated with the same like respect and like funding. So I definitely think we should turn the tides and like show our arts programs here at UCF the same exact respect that engineering gets. And I think pushing for something like this would definitely be great. And I also would like to disagree with what Senator Gumarov said. I do think something like this would be perfect for engineering to utilize. I think, like I said, we utilize a lot of new technological spaces or new technology and projects that involve our RSOs and classes. And I think having a new space like this where we can practice engineering related to immersive experiences would be great, especially because like that's where a lot of our theme parks are going. Immersive experiences are the future of themed entertainment, and a lot of engineering, especially mechanical, want to go into themed entertainment. So I do think that a facility like this could benefit a lot of different colleges.
Wanjin.
I'm gonna echo what everyone else has been saying, and just say that like Senate has been supporting this since minimum the 50th session, and there's been little progress. And I found a resolution from the 38th session that talks about the creation of the Arts 2 complex at the University of Central Florida. So that's 2005. Just gonna say arts at UCF has not gotten the support it's deserved for a very long time, and we should be supporting it as someone who is not related to the arts at all.
Lazo.
Yeah, I'm also going to be echoing what everybody else has said. Most of you probably don't know this, but I used to do robotics and engineering when I was in high school, and I never had to fight for funding the way that I have to fight as an English major now. Moreover, the fact that if you can't understand why this is so important, it's because it hasn't been done before. We haven't been pushing the limits of what arts and STEM can do together. A lot of the time we only see STEM and we see the arts majors, but a lot of the time we always forget the acronym STEAM, which does include the arts in it. If we want to have better, more well-rounded university students and graduates, we have to incorporate the arts into our studies. What does it matter if you're pushing the boundaries of engineering if you can't even write a proper paper about what you're doing? If you can't showcase what you're doing and what your research is, it doesn't matter what you've done because nobody can understand it. Nobody can see it. And the arts are a great way for advocating for this performance aspect. At the end of the day, when you're presenting your research, when you're asking for grant funding, you are putting on a performance of what you've presented. And for that, I highly encourage all of you to vote in favor. This is a great thing for our university. This is pushing the boundaries of what UCF and what it means to charge on.
All right, with an overwhelming majority in affirmation, are there any in negation? Robbie, I'm sorry. I just hit my microphone, but go ahead.
I hear comments about how this being useful to the arts and humanities. The proposal that day was lacking. Though they said like, and as the previous senator mentioned, like this has been in proposal for long, many years. That was the reason it wasn't get passed or not taken as important. The first comment being, it is really ambitious project. And we need to compare them with respect to other schools that may need other facilities. And they probably could scale down the project for what they need. I have seen the performance polling. Yes, it definitely needs improvement. I agree with that. And they could work at that scale, but the scale that was proposed that day was really big. Like, would be fantastic if we get it, but we also need to look at the other schools, other colleges that would need a similar infrastructure. For example, College of Engineering and Computer Science doesn't have enough labs. We have lots of professors who are fighting for labs. For example, my lab is being shared with 3 professors with over 20 students. That is 1/6 of this hall, actually. And these are some reasons. And that being the first one, the project is ambitious. And that the second being the project, though that day when the professor did say we are including other departments, I would recommend if the project comes together as a combined project rather than a project pushed by the College of Arts. And also a comment by a previous senator mentioned that they could mention about something along the lines of immersive experience. That is something STEM can do. STEM can help with it. But the project on the whole didn't get much input from the other departments, which could actually help, particularly that is AR/VR research that's happening in the College of Engineering and Computer Science. And they could involve in this thing. I would be happier to support this project if this comes as a combined project. For an ambitious project like this, it needs to be combined. A single department alone cannot push it forward. That's my opinion.
Is it?
And for that reason, I don't vote for this project. Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to extend debate by 4 minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, that leaves us with about 5 minutes left to debate. So for the next people I call on, please be mindful of the time you're using. Vasquez, Hall, Chauhan.
The first thing I wanted to say is we shouldn't be abstaining for bills like this unless we're biased. And I don't think that there's anyone here that should be biased personally for a bill like this. So it's either a yes or no vote. I don't know if we saw different PowerPoints when we were here, but the dean answered questions about having spoken to all of the other deans of the university about this project and getting approval for it, because it is a very big and ambitious project, but it will impact more than just arts and humanities students. So I think just because it is being pushed by the arts and humanities doesn't mean that it should be negated by other colleges just because it isn't necessarily having their name on it. Also, like it's been said before, they've been trying to push for projects like these. It's just that this year, I feel like you can kind of tell it seems really different in a good way because they were able to market it a lot better. I feel they have a fun, cute acronym for it, a fun name, the fun presentation, and then the video that they showed and everything. So I feel like that's maybe something that they were lacking, but I'll be voting in favor.
All right, Hall.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone here can acknowledge, are they going to get the money within the next year? No, they're not. And Dean Moore even admitted they're not going to be able to get the money. I do think I'm hearing everybody, and I hear it, I understand it. My point being, what's the one thing you hear about UCF more than anything else? That we are a top innovative school. That's the thing that UCF shoves down our throats every 5 seconds. I will ask everybody here, how many people have actually experienced the fact that we're one of the most innovative schools? Because I can tell you half the room haven't. We've heard some experiences that I think are great, that there's a lot of amazing resources for certain programs here on campus. it's clear that this campus is a tale of two cities, that there are programs that do get a lot of resources, and that's great. And we're innovating, we're growing in those areas. There are other areas. I mean, I can speak from my own experience in College of Sciences. We are not. Like, I mean, to be honest, not that far off from another state college, which I think state colleges are great, and that's a great sign. Not a great sign when we're a public university. So the point being that rather than continue that two-city of now, oh, they get all this stuff and I'm jealous and now I want this, what they've created is a project that is incorporating not just arts and humanities, but not only the other colleges that definitely also need support, but the colleges that already have the support. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, UF can have their theater department, FSU can have theirs. I want UCFs to be the best. I don't really care about what they're doing at those places. Is that project ambitious? Yes. Should it be? Yes, because I don't think we just need new stages. We need something better. We need more. We need something that shows at the end of the day, if you're in performing arts or in a lot of these other programs, UCF is never your top priority. I sincerely doubt that because UCF has not invested the time and the resources. And I think it's ridiculous. I think that at the end of the day, what we're doing here is we are signaling the intention of the UCF student body to support a project that will benefit them. Now, to ELA Richmond's point, that does not mean that we also cannot advocate for other projects. There are millions upon millions of dollars in the state. Unfortunately, a lot of it goes to schools because there's a bunch of famous alumni that go there. At the same time, UCF doesn't need to then not innovate just because we can't expect to get the money that we need. The way we get the money is we continue to actively push and push and push. And if we can do our small part to help them with pushing that, that's exactly what we are here for. It doesn't mean that we're doing every single thing that the dean asks us to do, but we're doing this because we see that this actually has a tangible benefit for students. Trust me, there are dean initiatives you'll hear and you'll leave and be like, did they talk to a student before they came up with this idea? This is clearly an initiative that they understood that the student experience is at the heart of it. It's not about boosting some people's salaries or pointing to this nice shiny thing. It's something that is actually tangibly going to help students. I see no reason to oppose it. The fact that, yes, we have supported this every single year is an indicator that this has been a consistent thing that we support. I would just argue with ELA Richmond's point that something that I like is that we're doing this in September, not when this usually comes up in February and March and there's no time left to advocate for it. This is the time now to advocate for this project. And yeah, ask about other projects and let's advocate for those too.
All right, Shahan, there's about 10 seconds remaining in debate.
It's okay. I'll abstain. What's it called? I was gonna vote in favor because I'm a STEM major, but also minoring in the humanities, and I think it's important to fund this.
All right, we set the debate time. We extended it. It's already elapsed. I think you all know how you're voting, but I will take a motion, Gumrov. There's been a motion to extend debate by 2 minutes. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? Do you withdraw? Nobody hates you. This is healthy debate. All right. But we're still at the end of debate. I'll take a motion. Libner.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on this resolution. All right, with a vote count of 39 to 2-0, Resolution 5602 passes on third reading. That was third, right? All right, pass on third reading. All right. Notice of legislation on second reading, Internal Bill 5607, updates to Title VI. Chair DeCara, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I just basically made a visual presentation of what this means. As you see, 613.1, I removed the following the completion of the scheduled Senate runoff election period to before the final examination period following the election. And then 613.2, we begin the first week of the following semester instead of after the completion of the previous session. So what it looks like now, this is what the 55th into the 56th look like. We had our last meeting on the April 4th, and then we started the week after. Again, then we had exams, and then we did not meet, and then we had the third meeting on the first week of summer A/C, and then 4th, 5th. What this bill would do is, end a week before exams and then start the following semester. So meeting, end of 56 would be the week before exams. And then you see, don't meet, but we meet the first week of summer. I had spoke to fiscal, I had spoke to elections. Basically, change this really wouldn't do anything. There's already a gap when it comes to fiscal. As you saw before, there was not, I think, a 2 to 3 non-meeting week period, and fiscal already has this gap. This is just changing the time of that gap. The runoff period, I even talked to Luke and Brody about this. It really didn't do anything. It really won't change anything. Another thing this kind of plays into with caucuses starting a bit later, it's just kind of like easier to line up with the academic calendar. And also, I mentioned this in ENA, is that no one wants to be running for Senate president, getting ready, Senate pro tempore, all these different things, while also studying for like their 4 exams. It kind of just allows the Senate to go into their exams, finish out their semester, and then just start in the summer. I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. Vasquez.
This wouldn't affect this session. It would affect the next one, right?
This would affect when your session ends, yes.
So 57th session.
It would
right?
affect this one.
Your session would go until the end of spring semester, and the 57th wouldn't start until the beginning of summer. So yes, it would go into effect now.
Got it. Varela.
A small technical question, because I know for summer, it was usually whoever chairs this meeting being the speaker. Who kind of set it was like hybrid. Who would set that from the beginning of the 57th? And how are we going to be able to get like the vice president chaired the first meeting of 56 back in spring? How are we going to be able to get like that person back here during summer to chair the first meeting before we elect the speaker?
So if this went through, the vice president at the time of the first meeting of the 57th session would be whoever was elected vice president, because they would have been sworn in usually on like the 4th or 5th or 6th, whichever day it is around right then. So yeah, it would be the new vice president.
And then on the question of virtual, I just said this in the meeting, is that probably the first meeting would be in person, and then from there the standard would be set by the Senate president, whoever it would be, or by that office and such. So I feel like it would just be set by them after that first meeting.
Varela.
Would that mean that anybody who cannot be here in person would be unable to run for speaker or pro temp? Because obviously some of us are out of state, some of us can't be here during the summer. I know the current speaker Pullman was obviously not in person for most of summer, so that bar people who would want to run for those leadership positions from running because they can't be here during the summer.
I feel like at the discretion of whoever is like the advisor. So I would say Brody would, understand that. I feel like we would just it'd be a virtual in the sense. I would just said then, but on that sense, I would just be kind of respectful if it's summer, that it would just be virtual to begin with, for the ones that do go home and the ones that will be here. And then that standard is what then set by whoever becomes Senate president then. But yeah, I mean, I feel like there's no thing saying that it should be virtual or in person. Is really just set by the standard of the person who becomes a Senate president. But I just feel like at the discretion of, making it a fair election, that it would be hybrid. So people who are out of state or don't live here are able to still run. And the people who do live here are still here can still do the exact same thing.
Paul.
I was just going to quick point information on that. Just from my own experience, like in my own speaker race, we did have now then Speaker Holmes, that they zoomed in for the speaker meeting. So I guess I have no opinion on this, just more specifically, it's well within the possibility that you can have in person and people doing that and running for these positions.
Metellus.
I do agree with having the first meeting hybrid, but is that something that we want to put into this so that it's that it has to be that way rather than something that we're just assuming we're gonna do?
There you can either act in good faith and just understand that like that whoever like plans the first agenda for the first meeting and whoever puts the first meeting online to record it, like that whole thing is just acting in the faith of just, you know, this is a fair thing to do that. I mean, but I'm not against a person being like, this should be a hybrid meeting. So that is solely up to the body.
Wanjin.
Do you not have any concern about like lack of engagement from the first meeting? Like both a combination of lack of responsiveness for people who are trying to like get orientation done and that all that fun stuff that we have to do before the first meeting, and then lack of engagement at the first meeting with the election of the Senate president and the pro tempore?
Wait, are you saying like, you said lack of response at the Senate orientation and then lack of response at this first meeting?
Sorry. So do you have any, or sorry, I'm trying to find the correct word. So I'll start with the first part of lack of engagement at the Senate meeting where the Senate president pro tempore are being elected, and then like people being unresponsive because orientation is happening either during like finals week, right before finals week, or during the break between semesters.
I can't answer on the orientation because I think it's done by you. Yeah, like it's like that. It's in that sense. So I really can't speak on that part. But on engagement, like with like the first meeting, I've only the past for like the first meetings I've seen, they've both been. I feel like they were actively engaged. I feel like everyone in the meeting was very like asking questions for a good amount of time. So I feel like the engagement is not really a question. But I do understand like the orientation part, but the orientation question I can't answer just solely based on that's out of my realm of planning based on also the calendar hasn't been posted yet for that summer. So I came and look into that right now.
Follow up?
May I direct a question to Brody?
You may.
As far as orientation goes, if this bill were to be passed, when would that orientation likely be happening?
If this bill were to pass, there would be a lot more flexibility on when that orientation could be. Obviously I haven't necessarily thought about it a ton. Part of me says we would probably wait until maybe the weekend right before classes start in the summer. That's what a lot of folks do in other areas. Maybe it makes sense to have it, at some point during the end of the semester before finals start. I worry about there being like doing an orientation, an intense 2 days, and then having 3 weeks where you forget it all before you actually use it. So I don't know, but it could happen theoretically anytime between the election ending and the first Senate meeting.
All right, Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes. More set.
Question to Chair Metellus.
Go ahead.
Is your amendment like you're trying to change something in the bill?
Okay, so this is my first amendment. So I not really. I just wanted to, solidify what we all discussed so that it's not just up to the friendliness of whoever's running it. It's something that has to be done,
I was just gonna say, can you put it after therefore being enacted clause?
Oh,
Because
okay.
that portion is like just describing why the bill is being written.
All right, Colazo.
So I presided over the bill within ENA, so I didn't give my 2 cents, so I'm gonna give my 2 cents now. I think it's a great bill. I agree with doing this. It kind of puts the newly, I don't know, in real life, Congress has a break. During summer, they're not over at the Capitol. They're able to go back to their constituencies and things like that. And I think that after an entire year of us being in this chamber every Thursday night, I think that those of us who are reelected and those who are newly elected deserve that break. Because, we also have to keep in mind that, justices who have to go reappointed, they essentially go on a break as well. And as well as cabinet members who reapply, they essentially go on break as well. Whereas we are still in, like, we are starting a new session and we kind of get things going. I just, me personally, like, this year, I would prefer it if we like started in the summer. And then, yeah, that's my 2 cents. But yeah.
Metellus.
I definitely see what I did wrong. Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Metellus amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you can go whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so like I said, I just wanted it to be solidified that this meeting will be hybrid, because I do think it would be unfair if somebody was like, oh, it needs to be in person when students are out of state during the summer or have like something that would cause them to not be here when they can be here virtual. So that's it. I yield the rest of my time to question.
Gumrov.
Before this bill was proposed, I guess this is a question to whoever could answer, but before this bill was proposed, was there ever a precedent on the first meeting of Senate that it had to be in person, or was it always up to the discretion of the speaker?
Brody, you can answer, yeah.
I'd love to answer this. Until COVID happened, we didn't have virtual meetings. Those didn't happen at all, ever. So yeah, the concept of having hybrid meetings in the summer is new and brand new. If you were going an internship or going back home for the summer, you got to sign over.
Any further questions? Colazo. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Gumrov, you have a question. Go ahead.
So the only reason why I'm a little bit confused is because, so are we saying if we were to not have this amendment, then if this were to hypothetically pass, senators that were out of state and the Senate president just declared that the first meeting had to be in person, that they would be automatically dismissed? Or what? Like, what's the back end of this?
Courts.
Since we took out the part in Senate Rule 7 where it says that you're dismissed after the first meeting of the semester, there's really nothing anymore that would do anything.
Varela.
It's a point of information. The bill, that was my bill that like changed the way the Senate absences work. This would be the first meeting of Senate period, not first meeting of the Senate semester. So in theory, if you miss the first meeting of the Senate ever, and you don't, I think, inform the LGR chair, the pro temp, or both maybe, you would be automatically dismissed, yes, if it's not virtual and there are virtual students that want to go.
Colazo.
I just wanted to add to what Chair Courts was sharing. And to that, technically within statutes, it's up to the discretion of the Senate president. So, and to every chair of the committee or caucuses, if they call an in-person meeting, then it's an in-person meeting. So we just have to, again, trust in faith and in good faith that they would call a hybrid meeting. However, technically it's under their discretion by statutes and Robert's rule.
More set.
We're still in question.
We're still in question. On the amendment. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate on the amendments. Are there any objections? You object. You withdraw. All right.
I do have a question. I have a headache, so I'm not truly sure if this was communicated yet. But if the first meeting of the whole entire session were to be in person, why? I don't necessarily understand why would that be under discretion of the Senate president? If like the student body vice president is the one that chairs the meeting, wouldn't that be like, if they wanted to be hybrid, wouldn't that be their decision?
Brody.
And to be clear, at that point, there wouldn't be a Senate president to have a discretion. So yes, it would be up to theoretically the vice president and also in practicality up to me.
Any further questions on this amendment? If not, I'll take a motion. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the amendment. Lipner, Varela, DeCara.
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor. I think it's nice to have this hybrid option written into stone, especially considering the issues of people going back home, maybe not being able to get back to Orlando after going home for like a short period. It's just nice to have this hybrid not be up to discretion. So I'll be voting in favor.
Varela?
All right, yeah, I'll also be voting in favor pending like any sort of like groundbreaking debate that would like change your mind or point out some crazy contradiction. But yeah, I think it's definitely really important to give everyone an option for hybrid, especially for the first meeting, because like again, a lot of people like want to go home and see their family. Like not all of us live in Orlando. I'm lucky enough to live with my family and be in Orlando, but not everyone has that privilege. And I think kind of like not having a hybrid option guaranteed just gives rise to issues in the future, and this is the best way to nip it all up the bud and just not have to do it like that in the future. So yeah, vote in favor.
Takara?
Yeah, I would be in favor of this. I totally agree with the hybrid idea for people who are running but who also have to go back home. That was actually brought up during, I mentioned it was just like in summer, I said it was up to discretion. I think a lot of our statutes are left to discretion. I do appreciate when times are very specific that it's like said right there that it will be hybrid and it could be in person or online. So I do appreciate that. So I will be voting in favor.
All right, with 3 in affirmation, are there any in negation? And Colazo?
Oh, okay. So unfortunately, I'll be voting against the amendment. I think what Brody just kind of like said, I mean, it's under, yes, the vice president, but it's also kind of up to him kind of in a way too. So, I also don't want to like force anyone's hand to do anything. I understand that, you know, people go home, people can't come, but I think the pattern that we've kind of set that we'll have like hybrid and virtual meetings to accommodate others. I don't know. I'm just trusting in the good faith of the individuals to ensure that, one, our senators are sworn in, because that's when senators are sworn in, and 2, we elect our Senate president and pro temp. I just don't think that we necessarily have to put it in statutes, but that's just me.
Gumrov?
I'm personally indifferent. I mean, I trust whoever's going to run the meeting, but if we vote in majority that we're going to pass it, that's fine. I just have a small suggestion. I don't know if it can be seen as a technical, Jordan, but just the placement of the sentence, I feel like would work better in that first paragraph, because we're saying that the new Senate session will begin the first week of the following semester and the meeting will run as hybrid, but then that in my mind creates confusion. Like, okay, are we setting a precedent that all meetings are going to be, hybrid? But then the first paragraph actually mentions like the final Senate meeting, and I guess we can specify somewhere that it's like only the first Senate meeting is kind of what I'm saying, if like we can specify that it's specifically just the first one. Because I'm fine with the first one being like particularly hybrid, but the wording's a tad confusing to at least me.
Okay, I don't think that can just be like, okay, if he sees it friendly. Okay. All right, is there a motion to extend debate time by 3 minutes? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we have 3 minutes remaining in debate. Takara?
We're still debating this.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, actually, what was just said there, totally for it still. But I do feel if it's like the way that was just said, if it was the exact same way, but it was like a subsection, the first Senate meeting shall be held hybrid. The following meeting shall be at the, I'm going to use the word discretion of the newly elected Senate president. So it based the first meeting as a hybrid, in-person, virtual, and then it also addresses the idea of that setting that every meeting after is hybrid. I don't know if anyone, not like not like a 0.3, but more of a 613.2a. That was just, sorry, I just want to say like if that addresses. Well, I'm also talking. Okay, I'll do it. I get it.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate on this amendment? Claudio?
Good faith is a good idea until you don't have good people.
Richmond?
Move the vote?
There's been a motion to vote on these on Metellis's amendment. Just the one in 613.2, not A, just Metellus. Are there any objections? You object? All right. I forgot who made the motion, I'm gonna be honest. Richmond, do you withdraw?
Well, what are we objecting?
She doesn't want to move to vote. Yeah.
See it as a friendly?
Oh, then yeah, I withdraw.
Okay, so you withdraw. All right, London.
Can I just get official confirmation for the record that Metellus is saying my amendment as a friendly?
I will see Wanjit's amendments as a friendly.
All right, Gumrov.
Yeah, I'm okay with the amendment, but I'm just wondering where in that subsection A are we specifying that the rest of the meetings will be up to the discretion, or do we not want to say that because that's just been like a normal practice? It's up to, what do you guys think?
Colazo?
It's up to the chair. So whoever's presiding, it's in, I think it's Robert's rules. So whatever the chair decides, that would be kind of over legislating in a way.
All right. You have a clarifying point. Is there a motion to extend debate by 3 minutes? Any objections? All right.
Okay, just because I think I understand your question, Gumarov. I think because in the wording it says the first meeting, that inherently implies it is the first meeting and does not extend like to the other meetings. It's not really an umbrella term. It's the first meeting. So when you read the text, like literally, like there's no power granted to like make it required to make all the other meetings virtual or hybrid. Again, like Colazo said, that reverts back to Robert's rules, so it's chair's decision.
Richmond?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on the amendment. All right, with the vote count of 40 to 1 to 0, the amendment passes. We have 2 minutes remaining in debate. So, Metellus?
Motion move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on Internal Bill 5607. All right, with the vote count of 37 to 2 to 1, Internal Bill 5607 passes on second reading. All right, Internal Bill 5608 updates to Title 8, giving ORS the power to modify sanctions. Chair Rose, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so this bill basically just, well, firstly, ORS, if you don't know, gives out sanctions to individuals and RSOs, which affects how much funding they can receive from student government in the future. But currently, we don't explicitly have the power to remove sanctions or modify them. So this bill basically just adds a section that explicitly gives us that power with a 2/3 vote of the committee to do so. I get the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. You guys have 10 minutes. I'll do Johnson, Lipner, Gumrov.
I just wanted to know if anybody has like the power to modify or remove sanctions.
Yeah, so within 10 business days of like the sanction being originally applied, the judicial branch can, well, if the RSO or individual appeals it, the judicial branch can conduct a judicial review and they would have the power. But after those 10 business days, as far as I know, there's nothing really in statutes that says anyone can remove or change it.
Lipner.
Do you have any examples of cases where this would be very, very helpful for you guys in RSO? Or excuse me, in ORS?
Well, the reason like I'm writing this bill is because there's a case right now where I confirmed this with the business office that Fong said it was okay if like an RSO wanted to pay back the business office to reach like their contribution target on a bill. And he said that's been done in the past. But then, so once they reach that their target contribution, we would be thinking of removing the sanction because, you know, everything's been made right in terms of the money. And, but there's just no way to do that currently. So.
Good move.
2, if I may. My first question is, so I know that within the 10 business days, they can have an appeal with the judicial branch. Adding this where they're doing a 2/3 vote of the ORS committee, are you looking to kind of have that 2/3 vote with collaboration with the judicial branch and kind of their review? Or is it a personal, the committee itself is doing the 2/3 view and they're going to read through the sanctions rules and all that stuff personally?
Yeah, so I would like the intention would be just it's an ORS like power, like nothing to do with judicial really.
And then my second question is the section where it says if a sanction is increased, the RSO may appeal to the judicial branch. Can you specify what you mean by sanction? Like what would be an instance where a sanction would be increased?
Yeah, I don't like think it would happen ever really, but it's possible. Like I don't know if somehow the committee found out like that an RSO lied on a form or something and like provided false information, then maybe there would be cause to increase the sanction. So that's kind of just like to make it to cover that case. And then if like I feel like it would be unfair if you were able to increase the sanction without them being able to appeal. So that's why that's in there.
Any further questions? If not, I'll take a Wanjin, sorry.
Sorry, my hand's been up like the whole time. Is there a reason that you can think of that you guys would be reviewing a sanction without new evidence being presented?
It depends like what you count as evidence, but like information, no, I don't think so. Like if nothing has changed about the case, then I would say there's no reason. But like, for example, if they paid back the business office, then I would count that as like evidence, you know, kind of.
Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Robbie.
One question to the ORS. When you say sanction, like say they don't spend the 100% and spend like 80%, so they'll be sanctioned the 20%. Is that what we are discussing right now?
Yeah, so it's not like a sanction. It's like you won't be sanctioned just like the difference of what you didn't pay. It's in Appendix C of Title 8. It outlines like the sanction levels. So if you revert, let me just scroll to it really quick. So yeah, in Appendix C, it says if you revert for an RSO, if you revert 15% or greater than 15% or less than 20%, or sorry. You will be sanctioned at 15% for a reversion greater than or equal to 20%, but less than 50%. So if you only spent like 40% of your funds that we gave you, you would be sanctioned at 15%, which just means the next time you apply for funding, the amount would be reduced by 15%.
A follow. In that case, the power that we're debating now, will that help them to reduce it or increase that particular sanction?
Yeah, this would give us the power to change like the sanction amount.
When you say change it, it can increase also.
Yeah, I just put it as change because like maybe they would want to increase it, but it's really like the only thing I can think of would be to reduce it. But I just wanted to add in or keep it open as a possibility, you know.
In that case, I want it to be, instead of saying modification or change, I want to be exactly worded, because they may choose to increase, which I don't want the RSO to be having this situation. But if it is reducing, I'm all in for it. If it is increasing, then I'm not for it. Then I would request you to change or make that explicitly. We are asking a power to reduce it, not increase it. Thank you.
All right, let's just make sure we're saving debate for debate time. Gumrov.
I have a question.
Yeah, we're in questioning.
Yeah. So with this being added in, so I'm just trying to understand correctly. So within the 10 business days, the RSO would still go to the judicial branch. After the 10 business days, then they can go within the ORS committee. And if I'm reading correctly, then they can, request it to be modified up until, because it says funding sanctions are active for 1 calendar year from the date of the review. So they can go up to 1 calendar year to go and get it modified after the 10 business days?
Yes.
All right. Lipner.
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll do Gumrov, Wanjan, Colazo.
I think I'm in favor of this bill. ORS is the one that gives out the sanctions. I don't know why it would be a crazy idea for them to also be able to modify. Certain things do come to light. We just heard that, we can all think about good consciousness, but there's not always good people. So I understand why a sanction perhaps would need to be increased. Definitely why it would need to be decreased. So I'm in favor, and I know that we're talking about, explicitly saying decreased and increased. I mean, it says modified as the word. I think that kind of covers both. I'm okay with having the subsection that says if it's specifically increased, because it's separate. It's saying if it's increased, then they can go to the judicial branch. So I think that's why it was kind of pulled out separately. But yeah, I'll be voting in favor. So
Wanjan.
Move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Senator Wanjan's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, since we are a little bit on a time crunch here, we still have ANSF elections. Is there a motion for 1 minute speech, 3 minute questioning, 3 minute debate? Any objections? Seeing none, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, this just basically makes sure that ORS isn't deciding to revote on a sanction just because they feel like it, or like the chair changes and they're friends with an RSO or something like that. They have to have new information to re-see something. With that, I yield to questioning.
Varela.
Like what would count as evidence in your mind? Because for the example that Rose just said with the RSO that's currently in the situation, when reimbursing the business office, it's not really a pure hard evidence, it's just a thing they did to kind of remedy their their misaction. And also, who would decide what evidence is? The chair's discretion? What would be new evidence if it's not something physical?
I mean, information or evidence is pretty broad. It's just meant to mean that something new has to be brought to the case. So the new information would definitely be that the RSO has reimbursed the business office, and ORS can choose to reduce or not reduce, or get rid of it completely. I would say it would probably be up to the chair mostly. I mean, it's already probably largely up to the chair whether or not it gets brought, because an RSO isn't exactly just walking into ORS and saying, we want it re-seen. They're probably emailing the chair about it. So yeah.
Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Metellus.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, I think this amendment is great. I was saying the same thing. I feel like something should be a bit more solidified on why we would be modifying, or why ORS would be modifying a sanction. So with that being said, motion to move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on this amendment. With a vote count of 36 to 2 to 0, Wanjin's amendment passes. We have about 6.5 minutes remaining. Oh, I put Closet next. I'm sorry.
May I direct a question really quick to the chair or as chair?
You may.
Just for clarification, the intention of the bill is just to modify sanctions, not remove them.
Yeah, well, I originally had like modify or remove, but I was thinking like you could just modify it to 0%. So it kind of covers it with less words.
Do you have a follow-up question?
No, we're in debate.
Oh, you're in debate. I'm sorry.
So sorry.
No, you were right. It's okay. You're right.
I'm just a little bit concerned then because the judicial branch reserves the right to overturn sanctions. So technically, then modifying it to 0 would therefore remove the sanction. So therefore, they would just go to the judicial branch in a way, because modifying, to me at least, is like little or like not by much. That's like my only concern, because then I feel like why have the appeals to the judicial branch in the first place?
All right. We have 5 minutes remaining in debate. I'll do Johnson, Richmond, Lipner.
Cool. So please correct me if I am wrong, but to my understanding, the whole reason why we are doing this is because after the 10 days, they can't submit an appeal. So it's giving them the option to basically have like ORS review it. And then if they're like, yeah, we should modify it. And then if we modify it in a way that they don't like, then they can send it to judicial. So, because I was also wondering that too, I didn't want to step on judicial's toes, but they only have those 10 business days. And like you said, in the case of the current RSO, it can't be seen by judicial because it's out of that time frame. With that being said, I am going to vote in favor for this. I think that RSOs should kind of be able to like possibly appeal it. Things come up, new information comes around. Yeah, I'm done.
Richmond.
This may sound like birds chirping, but this is how I see it. I see it as almost a motion to suppress, and then the motion to suppress is granted, aka the modification, and then you go through the motion to dismiss because there's no probable cause now for the sanction. So that's how I'm thinking about it, because that was good. I know. Not to do my own horn. So because I'm a big believer in balance of powers, but I think the 10 days kind of hinders that. So I do think this is almost a safety net for our RSO. So I will be voting in favor.
Lipner.
Yeah, I'll also be voting in favor. Clearly, the 10 business days isn't working because of an RSO that is needing this modification to be happening. So if we don't pass this, there will be an RSO who is left in between with not the proper sanctions given to them. So in my opinion, I think we have a moral obligation to pass this.
Metellus.
Motion move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on Internal Bill 5608. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 1 to 1, Internal Bill 5608 passes on second reading. Okay. So I'm going to pose kind of a question. Nothing else on the agenda is time sensitive besides the ANSF Senator at Large seat. That meeting is tomorrow. The other legislation, I still think we'll get to it, but I just want to be sure, and I don't want to be crunched for time on ANSF because I don't think we should be rushing through that. So is there a motion to move to miscellaneous business? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in miscellaneous business, elections, ANSF Senator at Large seats. I got this. Wait, I got this. Is there a motion to open elections for the ANSF Senator at Large seat? Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, is there a motion to open nominations too? Is there a motion to open nominations? Are there any objections? Seeing none, are there any nominations? Richmond.
Senator Johnson.
Senator Johnson, do you accept or decline?
Ooh, I object. I'm sorry, Lord.
All right. More set.
I nominate Senator Collazo.
Senator Collazo, do you accept or reject?
I didn't know she was gonna do that. I accept.
You accept. Richmond.
Senator Cushy.
Joe.
I object.
Is Richmond. All right.
Wait, what was your name?
All right. All right. Guys. Richmond. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, 3. Alba Nash. 4. Alba Nash, Amanda Lazo, J.C. Varela, and Dylan Hall.
Okay. Banesh, do you accept or decline?
The pantry be calling me, so I object.
All right. Lazo?
Object.
Varela?
No.
All right. Hall?
I'm gonna respectfully decline.
All right. Banesh?
I nominate Senator Lipner, Kaufman, and Ravi.
I'll respectfully decline.
Kaufman?
I'm gonna have to also respectfully decline.
No one wants this seat, guys? Ravi? Okay, but the outside conversation is gonna drive me nuts.
The question first. What is the responsibility? Yes.
Oh gosh. All right. Pause. New senators, really quick. So the ANSF committee is basically our budget committee. We do the budget hearings in December. Fiscal chairs, Pro Temp Morissette and myself automatically get a seat, but basically we have to meet statutorily 3 times throughout this semester until budget hearings. Basically hear requests from OSI agencies, ANSF funded entities. We're basically decide the budget before it hits Senate in February. Basically just the budget committee. Varela? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Do you accept or decline?
I respectfully decline. Thank you, though.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Varela?
Motion to close nominations.
Do you withdraw? Lots of hands still up. All right. I'll do Karen go first. Sorry.
I nominate Senator Metellus.
Metellus, do you accept or?
Now we all know I do like 5 things and have 5 leadership positions. No, I do not have the time, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. Richmond.
I'm back. 3 more. I promise I'm gone after this. Ooh, maybe more than 3. JC Lim, Serta, Reed, right? And then Corson Green. Oh, actually a 5th. What's your name? Emma? Ella Weidenberg.
All right. I forget who you even started with. Lim, do you accept or decline?
I decline.
All right. Reed.
Is this paid?
Okay. Reed.
For real question.
It's not.
I respectfully decline.
Okay. Serta. Or I'm sorry. Wait, who was next? I'm sorry. Serta. Okay.
Can I get another explanation?
Yeah, if someone wants to explain it better than I did. Danny, if you want to explain.
I mean, it's as a budget committee, we meet 3 times before December. Basically, when you're a part of the committee, you kind of decide how you'll go about like budgeting. Last year, we kind of decided a different way to format the budget. You also speak with like your directed agency that you're going to be allocated, and you help them through the budget process with their packets and everything. So you kind of help them with OPS funding, their projects that they may have, any new supplies they may have. You can just walk them through the process as well. And then you're also required to go to 3 days in December where you're in this chamber listening to all the presentations to help decide like how the funding works as well. And then you're just in that committee, and then it hits the Senate floor in February.
Do you accept or decline?
I'm sorry. I guess I'll decline. I'm sorry. I don't really have time.
Green was next? Do you accept or decline?
I respectfully decline, but that's only because of, it's not because I don't want to, it's only because of scheduling issues.
All right, guys, it's a really great committee. Oh, Weiderberg, you accept or decline?
Decline, respectfully. I'm really busy.
Robbie.
I nominate Alan Sherman.
Oh, do you accept or decline?
I'll accept.
Nice. All right, Lipner.
2, if I may.
Yeah.
First is Connolly.
Do you accept or decline?
No, thank you.
And then second is Richmond.
And Richmond, do you accept or decline?
I very respectfully decline.
Someone had to ask her.
Banesh.
Gaudio.
Gaudio, do you accept or decline?
Friday's my day off. No, thank you.
So that's just the first day that it was set for tomorrow, but it could change.
Friday's my day off. Tuesday, Thursday's not happening. So 3 out of 5.
Okay. Johnson.
Senator Wajen, you free tomorrow?
I'm already on it.
Oh, well then period.
Okay, Gumrov.
Can I please ask that we just get this show on the road, guys? Like, I know it's funny to elect guys, but like we still have to go through all the speeches and all this stuff. Laurel, you had like 20.
All right. Carringle.
I'll let Laura get one more in.
Okay.
Okay, Michael Shen.
Ooh. Shen, do you accept or decline?
How many members are in ASNF? Like how many like senators at large?
So there's 3 senators at large. But there's like 1 open seat. All right. Okay, side converse. All right.
I object.
It's reject. I don't know. All right. Carringle.
Motion to close nominations.
There's been a motion to close nominations. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Is there a motion for, 5-minute speeches? 10-minute questioning, 10 minutes debate? Oh, yes. That's what I meant. All right. Any objections? Seeing none, we're going to start with Collazo. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, wow. Hi everyone. So this is like the 4th time I've been nominated for the ASNFC. Why I would like to be elected is, well, one, right now I'm more of like an internal senator, so I deal with a lot of internal matters like absences and internal bills and things like that. I do sit on the scholarship committee as well. However, that is a different kind of thing. I would really love to get involved with the overall student government budget because, I think speaking on my past experience as kind of like as a justice and not being able to have a voice on the committee and not being able to, say like vote on matters, I think that I could provide some valuable insight into the committee and what my other agencies or departments might need depending on like the events that they've hosted throughout the year. But yeah, that's my spiel. I yield.
All right. Sherman, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, so I guess I kind of understood or misunderstood rather, the nomination. I thought this was just like something you could just sign up for and just like do. I did not know I was running against him. He is far more qualified.
All right.
I'll yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. All right. We'll do Johnson, Chauhan, Richmond. So you're posing a question to both of them. So the 10 minutes in questioning and 10 minutes of debate is like overall. It's not the same thing as speech.
Okay, so my question for both of you guys is, what are some of your greatest strengths and what are some of your greatest weaknesses?
Claudia, you're going to start, yeah?
I would say my greatest strength is I feel like I'm a people person. I think it comes out when like I'm around individuals. I think if you know me personally, you would say I'm an introvert kind of, but I think that I love to, discuss with others and help them as much as possible. I'm right now with my RSOs that I'm allocated, I'm dealing with, some problems with them registering and stuff. So I love to help out. In terms of my greatest weakness, I guess I would say I think I get a little bit overly excited over things and not think about the entire plan or like the forthcoming future per se of things. Not considering like other factors, I may be honed into one thing, and to combat that's why I think my greatest strength is to talk to other people and to gather other insights. I think, like I always say, it's two brains work better than one. That's why we have committees. That's why there are multiple voices. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Sherman.
All right, I would say my greatest strength is probably my attention to detail. I like to learn. I really enjoyed learning everything that goes on in the Senate. It's obviously still a continuing process, but I've enjoyed that. And then my greatest weakness, maybe an over eagerness to accept nominations that I'm. but no, I don't know. Maybe sometimes a little too much attention to detail, I would say.
All right. Oh, I said Chahan next.
My question is, what other extracurriculars are y'all a part of, and how do you think that's going to affect you being able to give ANSF your all?
I'm going to be doing intramural tennis and soccer. Other than that, I do plan on joining an engineering club. I haven't done so yet, but those would be the two things that I'm involved in. And I would say that, well, if I'm elected, I don't think that would interfere too much with that.
Colazo.
I am currently not an official member of any RSO, but I'm trying to be for UCF Dems. I just haven't paid my dues yet. But we be bi-weekly, so no, I don't think it will affect my responsibility of showing up.
I said Lippin next, right? I said Richmond. I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, let me think of a question. Johnson stole mine. Oh, okay, I got it. What is like one weird life experience you've had that you think will help you in this role, like conflict management? Because it's a budget money.
I think it's like all the legislation I've introduced so far this session. If nobody knows, they don't usually pass. But I think with that, I think in all of my speeches I gave with that sort of legislation, I always shared that like I didn't solely want to make the decision for an entire group of people and wanted other individuals' input. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. With handling conflict, I like to make sure that, I'm addressing the situation and making sure I'm addressing all those concerns.
Sherman.
Yeah, I obviously don't have too much experience addressing conflict in the Senate because I'm just kind of, in life. Yeah, no, I worked in an ice cream shop before I came here. And believe it or not, like, you're dealing with ice cream, but people still get angry sometimes. And so I think that helped me to learn how to deal with people and manage conflict.
All right. Varela, Morset, Gaudio.
I was gonna say, seeing as we have two proclamations and an important internal bill to see about fiscal things, I was gonna say move to debate unless anyone objects.
Do you withdraw?
Yes.
All right. Morset.
Do either of you have any pre-existing knowledge or connections to any of the agencies or entities that we fund that would probably help you with just like guiding them through the budget process?
No.
Cool. Oh, that would have been Colazo first, but that's good.
I would say no. My only connection to those type of organizations. Well, with Homecoming, there's former Senator I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Funish, Aaron,
Fuchs.
Fuchs, guys, English second language. And then on Knights of the Round Table, the supervisor of elections is on there. So we do have student government agents that we can contact within those agencies.
All right. I said Lipner next. Oh, who did I say next? I didn't say anyone? It was Gaudio. I'm so sorry.
What prior experiences do you two have with regards to specifically managing and handling money, specifically budgets of the size that ANSF demands?
Palazzo first.
So I don't necessarily have experience, with tracking a huge budget. I think as a senator at large, it's more of a learning experience. Whereas, we have the Senate president on there, the pro temp, the deputies, not the deputies, the chairs of the fiscal chairs. They are all knowledgeable in those situations. So of course, are we looking for them for assistance? However, as our vice chair, I do track all the absences. So I do have some sort of knowledge in, tracking things and making sure that it's up to date and that it's, within compliance and standards.
Yeah, as he said, I think it would be a learning experience. Definitely, I don't have any specific experience budgeting or handling large amounts of money. So, I did have to break in 100 one time at the ice cream shop.
All right. Okay. Robbie.
Somewhat related question to the previous one. How do you plan to use this experience going forward at school and outside? Thank you.
You'll be first, Sherman.
Yeah, I think it would be a great experience, definitely, to see how things work kind of higher up. And I think that could definitely be applicable in many ways as I would continue to work in the Senate, as well as just being a student in general.
Colazo.
I work at Dunkin', and I cash people out, and so they always look at me weird when they think the receipt is wrong, and I have to pull it up. You're like, this is your receipt, sir. Like, this is what it says. So I think, and also my manager puts in the group chat all the time that we're not making sales. So maybe with this experience, I'll finally understand why we're not making sales and things like that. Or, I'm not gonna lie, I did have to ask, Comptroller a few weeks ago, what does reversion mean? So I think it's more of a learning experience, and just it'll probably help with future finances and budgeting and things like that, because I'm not a great budgeter. I use the app Rocket Money, so I'm really looking forward to see if I can manage my own finances finally.
All right, we probably have time for one more question. I'll do Gaudio.
So I guess kind of coming up, so you both plan to use this as a learning experience, which now leads me into the question of, how long will that last here? So what are your class standings?
Why do I forget who's first? Colazo.
So I am a junior. However, the ASNF is technically elected. The members within ASNF are technically elected yearly. So all of us will have to go out every year.
Yeah, I'm a freshman.
All right. Lipner, I'm sorry.
Seeing that you guys have different levels of experience here on campus, how will you use those perspectives to advance the ANSF office or committee?
Really quick answers, guys. Sherman, you're first.
Yeah, so I guess just being younger and having more time on campus, I guess I could say I would be able to, if I were elected multiple times, be able to develop maybe a better, more complete understanding, I think, as I would get to higher years.
Colazo.
I think, the biggest concern with ASNF is transparency. So making sure that the entire student body is aware of what we're allocating, making sure that we are posting it on social media, that this meeting is public and things like that.
All right, is there a motion to move to debate? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes. Gumrov, Shen, Jimenez, Valero.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, as a new senator this session, I got the experience to kind of jump into CRT committee. I have no prior fiscal knowledge before that, and I kind of just wanted to learn. And I think that it's not a bad thing to not have experience. I know money's extremely important to the school, especially to the RSOs, but that's why we do have that leadership within the committee. So I think both would be willing to learn. I just am personally, even though I love Collazo, I think I'm gonna vote in favor of Sherman just because I think that we can mold him better to like fully understand the ASF committee, and then maybe he'll become a rock star and like the chair. You don't know. So that's my opinion.
Shen.
I also love Colossal, but I will also be voting in favor of Sherman. I have no doubt that Colossal would be great in the position. But just similarly to Gumarov, like I had no prior fiscal experience. I am CRT vice chair. Hopefully that's not uncomfortable. But I think Sherman, the fact that, all of us, including me, all denied this and, Sherman's brand new. I think it shows, a great, initiative on his part. And I think like everyone else could say, he could potentially do a great job. And it's all a learning experience, for all of this in general. You don't have to be super, knowledgeable beforehand. That's the whole point of Senate, is gaining that knowledge and then going and using that further upon years in Senate.
Jimenez Valero.
Yeah, I agree with Gamarov and Shen. I know that Sherman's a little bit nervous about doing it, but sometimes you need people to give you a push to do something new. Colosso, I love you. But I think we can allow new people to have new experiences that they haven't had before. That's the only way we learn anything in life. The rest of the time.
All right, I'll do Rose, Varela, Robbie.
Can I direct a question to the individuals?
You have a question?
Yeah, I guess both of them can answer it. Do you want this position?
Yeah, debate time has elapsed. Questioning time has elapsed. So do you have debate?
Well, you can direct questions in debate, no?
If the chair allows it.
Can the chair allow this?
Debate time, questioning time has elapsed.
Motion to extend questioning time by 30 seconds.
I object.
All right, we're in debate time, so all right. We'll do Varela.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate what everyone's saying about kind of giving new senators, experience. I just kind of want to kind of thoroughly refute that, because ASNF is a faculty committee. It's not a Senate committee, so it's serious business. And I love Sherman, love the guy. He's my goat. I think he's a great personality, but I think it'll almost be a disservice towards him to throw him in the ASNF feet to the fire. If you really want to be involved in fiscal experience, join one of the fiscal committees. But it's a really, really, really big step to go straight from no fiscal knowledge whatsoever and freshman new to campus, bro, just showed up. Respectfully, sorry, I'll turn it down. To going right straight into ASNF, because it's a difficult committee. You need a lot of fiscal knowledge. There's things that you just kind of, it's hard to learn on the job for ASNF. It's a faculty committee. So that's why I would be in favor of Collazo. He's more experienced. I just think that Sherman should probably do it next year. I would love it to have him here next year. It's just really hard to do it. And I think it'd be a disservice towards him to do it this year.
Robbie.
I respect that. And my reason to recommend nominate Owen Sherman, though I could take off I could accept the nomination. The point being, we want to have some fresh perspective on the committee. Once we are in the system, we kind of know, this is what you can do, this is what you cannot do. You already have a preset mindset. It's already been inceptionalized in your mind. So having a new perspective is important, and also look at the future. It's more like investment. So training somebody from ground up will pay off more in the coming years. And sorry, Nicholas, but he has more years left at school.
Okay.
So unless you do graduate school or do PhD, then I recommend that. So for that reason, I approve, and I want others to vote to Owen Sherman, and I would as well. And thank you.
Remember, because multiple people have done this, direct debate towards myself. Did I say? All right, we'll do Carringall, Courts, Connolly. We have about 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so as much as I do respectfully, I do think that more people should experience new things. I think the ANSF Budget Committee is something that is super, super important that needs experienced people on it. I do think it'd be great if Sherman did it next year, or if he picked up a vice chair position or even a chair position within Senate, even adds to be representative that has a lot of experience when it comes to ANSF. But I think that this position does need to go to someone with a little more experience in those committees, whether it's just in Senate as a whole or student government at all. So I'll be voting for Colazo.
Courts.
Yeah, just to echo what both Varela and Kringle said, I have no idea how ANSF works or any of those committees, but I do know as the LJR chair how dedicated Andrew can be to not only keeping up with things, but learning new things on the fly whenever he needs to.
I forget who I said. Connolly.
Not to keep repeating what everyone else keeps saying, but I think I will be voting for Colazo. He does seem to have like a good base information to use for this. And I'm not really an expert on body language, but I don't know, that might have answered the question that was trying to be asked. I don't know. I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth, but I will be voting for Colazo.
All right. I'll do Borges, Lipner, Richmond.
So those of you who know me, I'm usually always saying more experience is better. This is the first time I'll go against my own words. Seeing who's on the committee currently, seeing the great minds we already have, I actually think it'd be really beneficial to have someone with maybe the least knowledge to kind of give us the perspective that we haven't had for years. I've been CRT chair, I've been ORS chair, I've been the vice chair of this committee, finance office. I've seen, this will be the third budget cycle I've seen. I think the people on the committee have the experience and the knowledge. I think we need people to kind of question us. I'll be voting for Sherman.
I said, I always forget who I do. God, I did Lipner. Okay.
Alrighty, I will also be voting for Sherman. I believe that having someone who will be able to enter this ring with fresh eyes is super, super important. And he accepted the nomination thinking he was getting the seat. So he obviously wants it in some capacity.
Richmond.
So my brain is kind of all over the place. I think Sherman is love his personality. And I also do want to say experience is great. But I think when you're thrown into something, your perspective and your ability to learn can be better than anything. I know I disagree with you need to have experience in Senate because I became ELA. Sierra just threw me to the dogs. She just threw me into a dean meeting. I did it. Now I do it again. So I don't think that's super duper important. Now ACE and F is completely different, but I think both kind of have that same perspective where they both don't have too much financial knowledge. So I do think that is an important factor, but they're both great. They're both my little personality hires. I love them.
All right. We have about 1 minute remaining in debate. I'll do, and then only two, Buanja and Gaudio.
I'll try to be quick. I will say ANSF is completely different than serving on a fiscal committee. So it's a very different experience. Anyone who's super knowledgeable in fiscal, if you get thrown into ANSF with no experience on ANSF, it's going to be just you've never done it before. It's insane. I was elected as budget committee alternate as a freshman. I think the best way to learn about ANSF is to be interacting with it and just stay within it. And I will be voting for Sherman. I do think that he will be able to continue with budget committee in the future. I really hope he grows and learns a lot from this experience.
Gaudio of about 30 seconds.
Alrighty, let's keep it quick then. So not only does he have more years in him, whether it be in student government or with an RSO, the knowledge he gains from serving on in this seat will be something that he can carry with him into anything involving the budgets. As for those who say that you need experience for this office, I disagree with that entirely, because here we have an unsmithed blade, completely hot from the fires, compared to a cold one from years past. Which blade will be sharpened further? The hot one? Or okay, sorry.
All right, let's just keep things respectful. All right. All right, I'm sorry. Is there all right. I'll take a motion. Wait, okay. All right. Let's just make sure we're keeping debate respectful, even if it's playful. Let's keep it respectful. All right. Karen Gold.
Is it possible I have like 5 seconds to retain?
We don't have time.
Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right. We have to keep it quiet during voting procedures. Seeing no objections, we are now in voting procedures. I guess how? Yeah.
One is Palazzo, 2 is Sherman.
All right. It has to be majority though, doesn't it?
No, I'm pretty sure Ray said it.
It is a majority. I'm so sorry. Like, don't know. Or super majority, 2/3. That's what I meant. Does it have to be 2/3? No, all right. With a vote count of 17 to 23, Sherman has the ANSF seat. All right. Yeah, just as a reminder, everyone, when you're debating, keep it towards me. I am typically pretty lenient in allowing questioning during debate, but it's up to the chair, and that just goes in general. Let's just keep debate directed towards me and respectful, even if it's funny, it might not come off that way. Is there a motion to move back to notice of legislation on second reading? Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now there. We left off at Internal Bill 5609. All right, Internal Bill 5609.
Motion to postpone it.
All right, there's been a motion to postpone Internal Bill 5609, updates to Title 8, changes to the expected RSO contribution on fiscal bills. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Internal Bill 5609 is postponed. Proclamations. Proclamation 5615, proclamation celebrating October 11th as International Day of the Girl. Chair Lazo. You have 5 minutes.
I'm gonna speed through this for the sake of time, but this proclamation really just stems to highlight the importance of girlhood, especially when there are a lot of aspects of girlhood when growing up that can be affected by a lot of things that we, as much as I want to say it, privileged members of a first world country don't understand that can affect our upbringing, especially when it becomes anything that can affect your ability to become an independent, educated, and ability to just be your own woman. There's a lot of things that we don't understand how that can affect us even as young as girlhood. So that's what this proclamation really emphasizes. There are a lot of facts that I don't feel comfortable reading out loud just because they are very personal to certain members, very personal to people across the globe, but they are a very real and very powerful fact of what it means to be a girl. And for that, I really do emphasize that this proclamation is important. Even if it's just one day, it is recognizing what it means to be a girlhood, what it means to be a girl, and how important that can be across the globe. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Gumrov.
I just have a simple question. But so I know that we're specifying the total amount of students in one of the whereas clause, like for first generation students and as well as students enrolled. I'm not quite sure how proclamations work. Are you worried that that's subject to change, that like, some students might get enrolled before those proclamations come out, or is that a concern that we have, or?
That's specifically for fall 2024. So that's already enrollment that's been done.
Johnson.
May I retain?
You may. We're in questioning.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. I mean, I knew that, but I still like to retain. Okay. Do you have any events that are going to be happening?
Yeah, actually, I'm probably going to add it in debate because it is an amendment, but I just got approval for a film festival on October 11th. That is going to be in celebration of International Day of the Girl. It's going to be taking a lot of student films from UCF. That flipped out. Oops. From UCF that really emphasizes not only female directors, but stories that are surrounded towards female experiences, whether that be womanhood, girlhood, and just overall general awkwardness of being a girl sometimes.
Any further question? Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Reed, Lipner, Metellus.
I love this. I love girlhood. It's so beautiful. Please vote in favor. I think this is such an important proclamation. There's so much within this, and it's so, to me, it's so important to recognize, what it means, what girlhood means, what womanhood means, and just recognizing, just being a girl. So I'll be voting in favor.
My name is spelled wrong on this proclamation, but Lipner.
I too will be voting in favor. I think this is a super awesome proclamation that is really, really getting the word out about something that, frankly, is not talked about enough on our campus. The film festival that's paired with it is a super, super awesome event that will really make sure that students are aware that this proclamation is being passed, and also that us as a student government is supporting it in full. And for that, I'm super, super proud of Lazo for passing this.
Metellus.
Yes, I will be voting in favor of this bill. We just saw an SBA. I think that I second what everyone else just said before me. The information here is very important, and it's important that we recognize this. And I'm also super excited for the film festival. I'm glad that this is the event that is stemming from this proclamation. With that, may I retain? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage you guys to do the same.
All right, Lazo.
Motion to see my amendments. I have like 2 words left.
There's been a motion to see Lazo's amendment. Are there any objections? Wait. Seeing none. All right. Whenever you're ready.
Essentially, this just adds my newly approved film festival on October 11th. I'm gonna add the time. Hold on. Do I need to add location and time or no? I'm just gonna leave it at that. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Metellus?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Varela?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any? Oh, do you withdraw? All right.
Can you see my amendments in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Varela?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on Lazo's amendments. The vote count of 37 to 0 to 2, the amendment passes. We're still in debate on the proclamation. Gumrov.
Can I direct a question to Lazo?
You may.
So I don't know how this works based on proclamations, but are you open to just adding a couple more RSOs? Because I just have a few in mind, particularly in STEM regions, just because I know that women in STEM is a really huge population that would take pride in this. So.
Okay, because I had a question like this in SBA where Senator Metellus was asking if they could add some of the Greek life onto the therefore be it further resolved. But I feel like I wanted to center this more on organizations that focus just on what it means to be a woman, because I usually always do a Women and Girls in STEM Day later on in the spring, and I like to highlight that, and I like to highlight those RSOs, and I really like to highlight like doctors and researchers here in the university. I don't really want to kind of blend the two proclamations just because I want them to be able to stand on their own and have their own significance, if that's okay with you.
All right, Metellus.
Motion to move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 38 to 0 to 2, this proclamation passes on second reading. All right. Proclamation 5616, proclamation declaring the month of March as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Chair Lazo, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sorry that there's a little typo. It should be October. Also going to speed through this one because it is 11:30 practically. It really goes without saying that we don't even really need to go into the specifics of breast cancer and why it's important to have this awareness. But I do want to bring attention to the fact that when we say we're celebrating National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, it's really easy to put a really cute pink ribbon on everything. But we also need to highlight the fact that we want to look into the awareness sort of for preventative measures, for diagnosis, for treatment, for the impact and ramifications that it has on surviving patients and their families. This is more than just really cute pink women and let's go do a charity run. It's understanding what goes into being a survivor of breast cancer as well as the family of that, what it means to be a researcher and be pushing those boundaries. I also included specific statistics on the fact that men can also develop breast cancer because there's a lot of stigma towards this disease as being a women's ailment, and that can leave a lot of men basically in danger of being unhealthy. And I wanted them to know that this is not just for women. I wanted them to be safe. And that's what National Breast Cancer Awareness Month is about. It's making sure that everybody's educated on this disease and its ramifications. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Gumarov?
I only have one question. In the whereas clause where it says like 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer, I'm sure that's completely correct. But I'm just wondering why we're according it to one specific person. Is she like a researcher or a doctor within the university, or is this like a national report that was posted, if you're aware?
Yeah, this is a national statistic that's both on the National Breast Cancer Awareness Month's website as well as Susan G. Komen's website. It's just kind of like a pretty well-known, like you can just spot it off the dome statistic.
Ravi?
Hi. One question directed at Lasso. Similar to the previous proclamation, I keep on saying this. Whenever you put on statistics, I don't know if it's a process here, the standard operating process here. If you could give the citations, that would be helpful. Is that a thing? I'm asking the open question because if you could, that would be nice if it is allowed.
In the whereas clauses right before most of these, I have according to Susan G. Komen, which is one of the most like prolific charities and research awareness sites that has a lot of these statistics. You can also just go into, I'm forgetting the name right now, but it's another similar charity that also has the same statistics. And it's also pretty well known in the community for charity and awareness.
Thank you.
Waterberg?
So in SBA, you said that you wanted to add another organization. I think in the be it further resolved clause, did you add that?
I will add that right now and then we'll see in debate. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Ravi?
Not to be pedantic, but a question again for clarification. When we give like n number of statistics, it's a scientific manner that you put like there is 1 in 8 women getting cancer and that is casualty rate is 20% or 5%. We put where you get this information, code 1 or code 2. Is this something we can do here that would help add more credibility instead of just putting a bunch of information and then at the end go refer to this National Cancer Institute or something? It's an open question. I'm asking for clarification. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, we can go into the semantics if the body as a whole feels that it would be better for the flow of the bill. I think just having that main whereas clause, because I kind of sort of did the same thing in the past one where I included the institutional knowledge management in the first whereas clause. It's kind of a little bit repetitive to keep putting it down, but if the body so sees it as necessary, I'm fine with making that amendment.
Follow up. Go ahead.
I do recommend it. It does add credibility. It does add credibility to any proclamation that we are not putting out information and then asking people to do the due diligence to check it. Adding the citations individually gives a scientific credibility and also a social credibility. Thank you.
All right, Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes. Remember to reserve debate things in debate. Varela, Gumrov, Banesh.
I'm gonna motion to see my amendment as a technical, but it's already been seen as a technical, so yeah, never mind.
All right, we'll see it as a technical. Gumrov.
Motion to see my amendment. I don't know if it could be seen as a technical. I mean, I know that the Susan G. Komen's already an organization. I literally just added the organization because I think where I was getting confused, and maybe Senator Ravi as well, was that I was thinking it was a person, which, you know, for people that don't have knowledge, I mean, that's what I would thought. So is it crazy to be as a technical for me to just say the Susan G. Komen organization?
Is that what you meant for that from that law though?
I mean, yeah, it's just, for me, it's just common knowledge of like Susan G. Komen, but I'm guessing that was an oversight on my half.
All right, I'll see it as a technical then. It's the same thing. Who did I say? Banesh.
I'll be voting in favor of this bill as somebody who's almost lost somebody to breast cancer. It's just really close to my heart and I love it. Voting in favor.
I'm trying to get the amendments. So Larson, you had an amendment?
Yeah, can we see that? Motion to see that amendment.
There's been a motion to see Chair Larson's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, well, just to make sure this goes in a timely manner, is there a motion for 1 minute speech, 3 minute questioning, 3 minute debate?
Still moved.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 1 minute.
It's just repeating what the two lines above it says. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Hall.
Motion to go to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Morissette.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Larson's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 36 to 2, Larson's amendment passes. Lazo.
Motion to see my, well, if I had to motion to see my own amendments, yeah. Motion to see my amendments in the be it further resolved as a technical.
Are you adding something new to the proclamation?
It is, but it's kind of just an oversight on my part. I don't mind going into a little debate. Literally, you can only give me 30 seconds.
All right. Just because it's adding something new procedural wise, first we have to, is there a motion to see Lazo's amendment? Are there any objections? Seeing none. All right.
International Medical Outreach is just one of the great RSOs that I think has a really great outlook on awareness and research. And for that, I added it and I retained.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Metellus.
Motion moved.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Is there any debate? If not, take a motion. Read.
Motion to vote.
Did I skip one? Okay. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 38 to 0 to 2, Lazo's amendment passes. Wanjin, or I thought it was what? Whose hand was that? Johnson, sorry. We're in debate.
May I retain?
You may.
Alrighty, I'll be voting in favor. My godmom just had, well, she was diagnosed with cancer and then they removed it. So she's cancer free right now and she got a fresh set of boobs. So that was so great. Mommy makeover. Yeah, and move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to move to voting procedures. Are there any objections? All right, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 0 to 1, Proclamation 5616 passes on second reading. All right. This is going to be one of those nights that I'm going to ask if those of you wanting to speak, make sure it's absolutely necessary. I'm not going to restrict your right to speak, but it is 11:38. Senate Forum. Is there anyone wishing to speak in Senate Forum? Ravi.
Just to follow up again, maybe I'm not aware of this. This is my request, and as well as I saw the last two proclamations and this proclamation. I restate the point that I stated previously. It would be nice to add citations. Otherwise, it looks a bunch of words put together and doesn't add any credibility. It's not that I don't know if this is how the proclamations are done, but anywhere I see whether it's White House report, they do put a citation, and I don't see why we shouldn't be putting why we shouldn't be putting a citation in our proclamations. That's a comment. Thank you.
Kumrov.
I just want to answer. So, I completely understand where you're coming from. I also feel like, the statistics, we always say citations. It's just proclamations don't really work in that format. So because it's not really a research paper, because it's not really like a technical, like formal document kind of sort of that we're making, like we're more proclaiming the holiday rather than the actual statistics of the holiday. I feel like that's why we just don't typically put in citations, and I feel like it also loses the importance of the proclamation because it's more important of like what we're trying to talk about rather than like the statistics are really only in there to make people understand that this happens to lots of people, you know what I mean? So it doesn't really, that's all. The only reason why I'm saying that is because we just don't typically use that in formats. That's all I'm.
All right, I see quite a few hands up. So if we're going to speak, let's try to make it quick and let's make sure it's something that you think needs to be absolutely said. Lazo.
Just to make it really quick, I just want to remind everybody in the chamber that we are constantly being watched. Like, they're in the walls, they're watching us. So let's just be really mindful of what we're saying, how much we're laughing. Let's try to be really mindful of the reputation and the image that we're giving when we're on these live streams. And that's really going to be it for me.
Colazo.
I just wanted to reiterate a point that the Senate President brought up in regards to who to speak to during debate. That should be directed towards the Senate President. Not that like, for me personally, like when y'all look at me giving the debate, whether it's against or for, it's just a little bit awkward because I don't know what to do. I just sit there and while y'all stare at me, but I think it's just, and additionally for like more of like respectful purposes, so it doesn't cross the boundary of professionalism and personal, direct it more towards to the Senate President, or if you don't want to look in that direction, I don't know, stare into space, or just make sure that you're not like specifically addressing or I mean directing your view towards a specific senator. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
I'm going to contradict myself, but that is a good point, and I think it's something that should be said really quickly. I think we need a Robert's Rules refresher. Any debate, if it helps, you can just look at me. You're just kind of speaking in general. You're not speaking to anyone, even if it's for or against. Just regardless, you're speaking to me. Just imagine it that way. You really shouldn't be directly addressing anyone unless it's questioning That's one thing. But in regards to debate, you're addressing me. You're not addressing anyone specifically. Anyone else wants to speak in Senate forum? Seeing none. Senate deliberations, none. Advisors report. Brody, this might be a put Senator shout out in the chat kind of night.
Fine. No, the only announcement I really wanted to share was, if you didn't know, I will be taking parental leave soon, sometime in the next 3 to 4 weeks here, which means that I will not be here for probably about 6 weeks. Pretty much from whenever point that I leave the rest of the semester, I won't be here for Senate. I've been working on who's gonna kind of help cover the various things that you all need and all the various things I do. So we'll have some more, I'll have some more information for you all on that and like where specific questions will go and different things like that. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of put your heads up, and then put your senator shout outs in the chat.
Yes, my turn. So going off of what Brody said, he will be gone for about 6 weeks. So I'm gonna be not struggle busing, but working very hard. So with that, I'm just gonna ask for grace from all of you, and that we just all together do a little bit of a better job. Not saying there's room, like need for improvement right now. I'm just saying that when Brody is gone, I just ask that we're all being diligent in our roles and our paid positions and our roles as senators. And with that, I want to reiterate sending minutes, putting committee votes on legislation, sending legislation to me in a timely manner if you'd like it on the agenda, but just making sure we're all doing our job to ensure that we can make Senate run as smoothly as possible, because I will be picking up a couple of extra roles from Brody while he's away. So I'll have a little bit more on my plate, but great job so far. Not really a lot of room for improvement. Everyone's doing a really great job. If you need me, I'm here. Thank you. Good night.
Any questions for the advisors? Sorry about Senator shout out, guys, but knowing this body, it takes like 20 minutes and we don't have that. So if you have a question, go ahead.
Well, it's more for you. That's okay. Will we be able to choose our photos? Because the digital media coordinator took like 9 different ones.
I imagine so, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Miscellaneous business. I had something in appointments. Was that taken out? You took it out? Oh, I had something in appointments. So we're gonna do that really quick. All right, appointments. I hereby appoint Kieran and Connolly to the SBA committee. Danny's drip down.
You guys, you can see it. It was really hard tonight. So I'm sorry if we disagree, but it's Danny's drip down. So it's what I thought. But thank you.
All right. I'll take a motion. Varela.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, don't pack in, no side chatter, chair cards.
Please have your fingers on the button. Lazo.
Present.
Rachetta.
Present.
Blessman. Reed.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Christopher Levine. JC Lynn.
Present.
Morissette.
Present.
Kringle.
Present.
DeCara. Okay. Sherman.
Present.
Butler.
Present.
Connolly.
Present.
Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid. Kaufman.
Present.
Larson.
Present.
Gaudio.
Present.
Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Shannon. Ravi.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Atalhaj.
Present.
Chauhan.
Present.
McGee. Wanjin.
Present.
Johnson.
Present.
Patel.
Present.
Weiderberg.
Present.
Green.
Present.
Hendry. Borges.
Here.
Alcuda.
Present.
Benesh.
Present.
Condoloro.
Present.
Lazo.
Present.
Serta.
Present.
Jimenez Valero.
Present.
Hashimi.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Renda.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
Shen.
Present.
Barilla.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
41 out of 49 quorum is verified.
All right, I adjourn this meeting at 11:46 p.m.